Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started in just a couple of minutes here. Let us know if there's additional questions that are coming up. But thank you for being here today. We'll do some introductions, and you'll get to meet kind of some of our teammates here as we go through our opening presentation that starts at 9 a.m. Pacific. So we're going to get started in about 2 minutes or so. I think we will cover a lot of the questions that are coming up, either in our presentations or with some of our Q&A. We'll have a number of different panelists or presenters here today who are more content experts in some of these other questions. So if we can't answer them, we will get it from the experts throughout our session today. But thanks for being here, and we will get started in just a couple minutes. All right, good morning and welcome everyone. Welcome to our new Mustangs. We're going to get started with our program today. My name is Dale Stoker. I'm Director for New Student and Transition Programs, which include SLO Days and our Week of Welcome in September. So as the Director for Orientation, I have the pleasure to being the first to welcome you all here today. So we're going to begin our session today with a land acknowledgement. Cal Poly sits on the traditional land of the Yaktitu Titu Yaktohini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaktitu Titu Yaktohini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Telhini peoples have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. Now, for many of you, this may be your first time reconnecting with Cal Poly since you've accepted your invitation to attend, but we are so excited to have you here for SLO Days. In fact, just getting to SLO Days is a big accomplishment. You were selected from over 78,000 applications to Cal Poly, so congratulations. I want to just pause and recognize that huge accomplishment of even being here today. My hope for the new students is that over the next few years, you find your second home here at Cal Poly, where you can grow as an individual, contribute to our Cal Poly and our SLO community, and like our motto states, learn by doing. I've been at Cal Poly for almost 10 years now, and I absolutely love this place that I now call home for all those reasons I mentioned. I continue to grow as an individual, and I feel very connected to this community, and I continue to learn by doing, even as a staff member. Now, I remember my first day of orientation. It was not via Zoom, so sorry for that, but we'll get to see you at WOW. But during my orientation, I went to a small school in upstate New York, and I didn't know anyone else attending that college. I remember at my first lunch meeting, I met another student named Nicole, and she was funny, she was confident, she was outgoing, and I knew she was going to make about 100 friends by the end of that day. And that wasn't going to be my journey or my experience. In fact, I was a little unsure on how I was going to make some friends and fit into this new place that I had signed up to be a part of. And many of you may be feeling that as well, especially as transfers coming from other different parts of the country, other universities, community college, 4 years, etc. And that's okay. You're in the right place. We promise that those feelings are normal, and we are here to help and support you and get you connected to Cal Poly and to each other. Now, during my orientation, I remember I played a pickup game of some sports, some soccer with some students and some other first years. We had a community service project that weekend. And I remember when classes started, I checked out a club meeting on a Tuesday evening to see what they were talking about. And by the end of that first year, I had joined the club. I tried out for a varsity team. I had done a couple hundred hours of community service. But most importantly, I'd made some of those friends along the way. Those fears that I had at orientation had really dissipated once I got into our academic year and really started to make those connections. So showing up really is going to be the most important part of this journey for you. So my second year, my friends and I, we joined the orientation team where we got to move back to campus early. We got to welcome in the next class of students. And by my senior year, I was that part of that leadership team that was planning our week of welcome. And I was so excited to work with these other students here to welcome in our new group of students to our community. I felt very responsible for their orientation and transition into the place that I called home. So this is actually my orientation photo. I don't know if you can find 21-year-old Dale. It's kind of like a Where's Waldo here in the Zoom space, but there I am. I have so many things to tell him at this stage, but you may be feeling something very similar. Now, I graduated from college about 18 years ago, and I'm going to share that my two best friends are ones that I met at my orientation. They're my wife, Mary, and my best man, Drew, who are here in this photo. So you get to see a little better because Mary and I got to welcome our daughter, Daphne, earlier this year, which we're so excited. We call her our orientation baby because she's kind of come through all of our orientation seasons with us. I share this with no expectation that you're going to meet future partner or anything through our orientation program, but maybe you will. But it's also these connections, is the people you're going to start to connect with, maybe a future roommate, a lab partner, someone that you may join WOW with at the end of the year. There's so many possibilities that all you have to do is continue to show up. And that's really what I'm hoping you take away from today's session, the ones in August, when you come back and visit us for WOW, is just the presence and showing up will really lend itself to your experience with us. So today you've all shown up for SLO Days, and you've chosen to be a part of our Cal Poly community. And I promise you that's a responsibility that we don't take lightly. SLO Days is going to start to lay the foundation for your connections here because no one can thrive at Cal Poly by themselves. And I guarantee that the faculty, advisors, staff, and even some of the current students will have an impact on your Cal Poly experience, and those connections are going to start today. So today, this is kind of what we're going to be going through. Through our intentional programming, these presentations and some of these activities will start to give you your initial direction here at Cal Poly. You're going to receive a lot of information. You're going to hear from a number of different key resources, but they're all part of that transition here to Cal Poly for you. I'm also going to let you know today's program is brand new. We have not done this type of programming for our transfer students. But after talking to students over the past years, we really heard and see the value in bringing in these campus partners for you to connect with today. So departments like the Campus Health and Wellbeing, Student Diversity and Belonging, Career Services, and others. I also hope you'll join us after we finish our formal presentations around 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Pacific time today. We're going to have some optional activities for you to connect with other incoming transfer students, as well as some of our current students. So we're going to have things, as you can see here, like a transfer Q&A, college connection discussions. We'll have an info session on the cross-cultural experience here at Cal Poly, which shows up during WOW. And we'll have some fun games with Kahoot. So with that, I'm going to end where I began and just say welcome to Cal Poly. We're so glad that you're here with us here for SLO Days. And now I'm going to turn it over to a very important current student here at Cal Poly. This is your student government president, Ashley. So Ashley, thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Mustangs. Thank you so much for joining us on Zoom today. Welcome to SLO Days. My name is Ashley Spraggins. As he just said, I'm your ASI student body president. ASI stands for Associated Students Incorporated, and since you're all students, you're all a part of it. I'm so excited to welcome you all to Cal Poly. Today, you're starting this new journey and should be proud to be in one of these Zoom seats. And since you're all one of these Zoom seats as part of our Mustang family. With that, Cal Poly and San Luis Obispo are truly special. The weather here is unbeatable with sunny days year-round. It's perfect for exploring the outdoors. We have the most scenic hills and trails, and don't forget, we're just minutes away from the beach. San Luis Obispo's downtown is vibrant and full of life. There's always something new, from unique shops to great restaurants. And it's not just about the location. Cal Poly's strong academic reputation is something to be proud of. Our Learn by Doing philosophy gives you hands-on experience from day one. Over 90% of our graduates are employed or enrolled in graduate school within a year of graduating. Now, make sure you take advantage of all this campus has to offer. Get dinner with someone you don't know well yet, and say hi to everyone you know, because this first part of college is all about meeting new people and making memories. Speaking of making memories, let me tell you a little bit about my journey. When I clicked the apply button to Cal Poly, I told my mom, that was a waste of $70. My academic statistics just did not match what was typical for acceptance. I felt very fortunate to even have the chance, but also quite out of place. Little did I know I'd be standing or Zooming to you all 2 years later. Starting out as a manufacturing engineer, I quickly realized my passion lay in business. Changing my major to business meant a grueling year of struggling to excel academically, while many of my peers seemed to thrive effortlessly. I endured a year filled with sleepless nights and anxiety, questioning if I could succeed at Cal Poly. Was I not smart enough? Was this the right decision? Did I need to transfer? To make matters worse, that first month of freshman year was particularly tough as I came in with no roommates. While some of you may think it would be great to have your own room, it just was not. I watched my peers bond with their roommates, form groups of friends, while I walked to class alone and ate by myself. In an effort to find my place on campus, I joined a sorority at the beginning of my first year. I thought that it would bring me instant connections, but I didn't find my place in it until a whole year later. I also joined the Housing Council. Here, I found friends with a passion for change like me. A connection there led me to school-wide student government on the ASI Board of Directors to be a representative for my college. During that year, I found a love for student government and service to others. I was inspired to run for president. I ran against 7 other candidates, and as you may have guessed, I won. I finally found what I wanted here at Cal Poly. Although my experience at Cal Poly has been daunting and unpleasant at times, putting myself out there and facing constant rejection has taught me that college is about self-discovery. It took me a year to find out who I was, what I was good at, and that my passion was leadership. I eventually found my footing here through campus involvement down many different avenues. I know you all can and will do the same. Next slide. Thank you. With that, I encourage each of you to get involved. College isn't just about your schoolwork, it's about taking every opportunity to grow in whatever way possible. Whether it's joining clubs, attending campus events, or pursuing leadership roles, getting involved is key to finding your community and shaping your experience. Speaking of getting involved, ASI has so much to offer for you to engage with on our campus. If you've ever heard of Dayglow, Noel Miller, or Sway Lee, that's who we brought to campus for a free concert each quarter of last year. ASI does large-scale events like that, down to smaller ones like goat yoga and trivia night. We offer activities in the craft center, workout classes like spin and yoga, intramural sports, outdoor adventures through poly escapes, and opportunities for you to advocate on campus. ASI manages the University Union, the Recreation Center, also known as the Rec, the Craft Center, student government, and club funding, and much more on campus. ASI's mission is connecting you to your ultimate college experience. ASI plays a pivotal role in shaping campus life. Whether you're looking to organize events, access campus resources, or voice your concerns, ASI is here to support you every step of the way. It's a platform where your ideas can become reality, where your voice matters. With that, I ask you to keep in touch with me by following the ASI President Instagram on this QR code right here. Thank you for listening. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Beth Merritt Miller, the Assistant Vice Provost for University Advising.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Cal Poly. We're so excited to have you here today. You can go to the next slide, please. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Beth Merritt Miller. I am the Assistant Vice Provost for University Advising. I oversee academic advising at Cal Poly, but have a direct oversight of the Mustang Success Center, which is a first-year advising center, the University Advising Retention Team, which will work with you through your transition to Cal Poly, and then also the Transfer Center, which is really the most important thing for you to learn about today. Amy Saldana, who is the Transfer Center Assistant Director, will be sharing more following my presentation. Just a little bit about Cal Poly. You've heard some of this already, and I just want to reiterate how proud we are that you are part of the Mustang team here. The first thing is we wanted to let you know that we are ranked one of the best institutions in the West for master's granting degrees. And we have been ranked #1 for public institutions for 31 years. This year, we ranked #1 for both public and privates for master's granting institutions. We have over 22,000 undergrads and graduate students here at Cal Poly. But most importantly, you are part of the fall 2024 incoming class of transfer students of nearly 1,000 transfer students. This is one of our largest class we've had in most recent years. So we're very excited to have you here and join us here at Cal Poly. One thing I want to mention, which has been mentioned a little bit before, but you'll hear this a lot throughout your orientation and WOW, is that we are learn by doing. And that really means that you get to engage day one with your coursework and activities on campus. We want to make sure that you gain hands-on experience through class projects, research, and fieldwork before you graduate. This will begin right away when you start here at Cal Poly. We pride ourselves on students really engaging in their coursework beyond just learning through textbooks and reading. One thing we also want to encourage you to do is to engage in clubs and orgs, study abroad, and other social events. I know a lot of students are questioning whether they can do study abroad as a transfer student. You sure can, and you'll learn more about this throughout the onboarding process in WOW. It's a really great opportunity for everybody, and really want to emphasize that. Also, clubs and orgs have been mentioned a few times. Also, I want to mention, sorry. Also, I want to mention the academic success. We want to support you in your transition through to graduation. It is very important that you feel connected here at Cal Poly once you start. You will start building a team of faculty, staff, and fellow students who will help you form your academic success team while you're here at Cal Poly. We will help facilitate that. That might be your academic advisors, your counselors in EOP or Cal Poly Scholars, or other organizations that you're a part of. We want you to make the most of your time here And we want to really help you make those connections so that you can get involved quickly and feel connected to Cal Poly. We know your lives are very busy, but there are lots of ways to get involved academically, socially, in both ways. Next steps for you. What I would like to reiterate is that we'll be seeing you again in a couple of weeks. Amy and I will be doing another session with you during Transfer SLO Days Part 2, which is our academic onboarding Transfer SLO Days. And you'll be at that time, you'll be able to meet with your academic advisors. And this is via Zoom. And then we'll also talk to you about the onboarding process through course selection and registration. There will be opportunities for you at that time to ask questions and to engage with others in your major, and also with all your faculty advisors and with professional staff advisors. And we want to make sure that transition is easy and you feel supported in that process. So what I would like to do now is transition to Amy. So I welcome Amy Saldana.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I am so excited to be here. I apologize for my voice. I've kind of lost it. Usually I'm much more verbose and glamorous than today, but I'm so excited to be here. Like Beth mentioned, my name is Amy Saldana, and I'm the Transfer Center Assistant Director. Wow, you all are at SLO Days. I'm so excited and I'm so happy for all of you. I hope you all have taken an opportunity to celebrate yourselves for this like amazing accomplishment that you've all achieved. You have successfully gotten to this point and transferred to Cal Poly. You're at orientation. And I know for some of you, maybe many of you, the transfer process wasn't easy. Working with counselors, working with faculty, making sure you're taking the right courses. It's a huge accomplishment that you all have achieved. So I really hope that you'll take this time before we start the fall quarter to really celebrate yourselves, because this is a huge achievement and I'm really happy and I'm really proud of all of you. I'm myself, I am not from Cal Poly. I am not from San Luis Obispo. I come from Northern California. So I also had a transition here to San Luis Obispo and to Cal Poly. And it has been a really amazing campus, a really amazing people that have kind of helped me transition here as well. And I love it here. So you all are in very good hands during your journey, during your academic journey here at Cal Poly. A little about the Transfer Center. The Transfer Center plays a large role in building a really good transfer experience while you're here at Cal Poly and through graduation. And these are some of our goals here in the Transfer Center. These are our main pillars that we try to uphold and kind of create this environment for students. And it's resources, community, and advocacy. Those are our three main pillars. Resources. It is the Transfer Center's goal to have the right and accurate information for transfer students. I think a lot of the times students, not just transfers, but a lot of, the majority of a student population at universities, sometimes they feel like they've been sent to like this person, but then they were actually supposed to be talking to this person, and then they waited in line to talk to the wrong person. The Transfer Center really aims to kind of cut that down. And like Beth mentioned, you will be meeting with your college advisors in SLO Days Part 2, but that's a great example. Is we get a lot of questions for like academic advising help and things like that. And though in the Transfer Center, we don't provide advising, we are more than happy to find you the right information and help you find your college advisor, okay? I always like to say the Transfer Center is like the best first stop that you should make. It's like, I don't quite know who to ask for this. Always start with the Transfer Center, whether it's academic based or whether it's something else. And you just need to find a resource here on Cal Poly. And we'll try our best to find you that correct and accurate information, because that's really important. I want you all to feel like, I don't quite know who to ask. Totally okay. You're not supposed to know at this time. You're a new student and you're not supposed to know everything just yet. And that's why the Transfer Center exists. It exists to kind of help that bridge and help that gap and help you find that right information. Community. You will hear this a lot. Beth mentioned it. The previous speaker mentioned it. Be involved in your campus community. There's a really positive relationship between being involved on campus and doing well academically. And here in the Transfer Center, we really try to foster that idea. We have a lot of activities. We have a lot of events that kind of build that community for transfer students, just for transfer students. And I really encourage all of you to take advantage of that as well, because you are an important part of the Cal Poly overall community, and it's a really special opportunity to be part of an even smaller community. Can you go back, Dale? So just make sure that you're taking advantage of that as well. The office itself, the actual transfer center, it's a really, really nice little space, and I'll share the location at the end of the presentation. But it is also like just being in the office, just being in the transfer center, you really can feel the sense of community that transfer students have. So I really encourage you all to take advantage of the space, take advantage of the events that I'll talk about on the next slide. But advocacy is the last one. The Transfer Center does act as an advocate for transfer students and hearing the concerns that transfer students have had. Cal Poly is building towards becoming a more transfer-friendly campus, and the Transfer Center plays a large role in that. Part of my job and my position is to hear all the concerns that transfer students have and make sure that those concerns and those views are being brought to the table in important conversations with campus leadership. Luckily, and it's important for you all to have a voice and for you all to feel like this is your campus as well. So that's part of my job, is being an advocate for you, but you also being an advocate for yourself. I'm happy to be an advocate for you. I'm hard to miss. I am not easy to ignore. So I think it's the yellow glasses. They've really served a dual purpose for me. So I will be that advocate for you in bringing things to the table. Next slide. So I touched on this a little bit, but the events in the community building is a really important part of the Transfer Center. We hold events throughout each quarter. We do transfer talks, that's partnerships with other campus partners, like we do conversations with the library, study abroad, which Beth talked about previously. So there are opportunities for us to collaborate. We've done things with like graduate studies for students who are looking to study or to continue their education after receiving their bachelor's degree. So transfer talks are a really good opportunity to collaborate with other departments, so transfer students can kind of hear from a wide array of people. We have academic support events, so we partner up with the Office of Writing and Learning. National Transfer Student Week, which is going to be the third week in October. That is going to be so much fun. It is a week dedicated purely for transfer students to share resources, have fun. There should be a fun event. There's sometimes food at these events too. And it should just be a really fun week full of really informative, engaging things that you all can take advantage of and use as a transfer student to help better you connect to your campus and be better prepared academically. Study breaks. We do study breaks at the end of each quarter for finals week. So this is an opportunity to get students during that really stressful week of finals to kind of take a break. We've had game nights in the transfer center. We've had like food. I think we've done like energy drinks so that students feel better, can get all ready to study all night long. So those are just some of the events that we have. And I really encourage you all to take advantage of them. I think one of the challenges of being a transfer student is finding events or community building things that you feel comfortable doing. And that's why the Transfer Center is so special, is these events are purely for you. They're purely for transfer students to help them feel better connected and ready to start going on in Cal Poly and meeting other transfer students who are going through probably the same thing and experiencing those same fears of, I don't know how to get involved. I know I want to, but I'm nervous. And it's a good opportunity to meet transfer students who are feeling the exact same way. Next slide. So connect with us. This is an important slide. This is where we're located. It's going to be located in building 52, room E30. You can also reach out to us by email. Myself has been answering them over summer, but we also have some Transfer Center student staff. Please make sure you follow us on Instagram as well. We are pretty active on our Instagram. We'll post when we have an event going on, and it will be pretty well managed and updated. So please make sure you connect with us. Going back to those three pillars, I just really encourage you and challenge you all during this day to find opportunities to build community. You're going to be meeting, you're in a big Zoom with other transfer students, so I know it's hard to kind of build that community, but hopefully leading up until WOW, and at WOW, it's another opportunity to build those community. Make sure that if you don't know any resources that we have, you'll get a lot of presentations today on the amazing resources that we have at Cal Poly to support you. But if you feel like you need some more, please make sure that you reach out or ask those questions. I see a lot of you using the Q&A, which is so great. Continue asking those good questions. Again, you're not supposed to know everything at this point, and the best way to know is just to ask. And I guarantee you there's other transfer students who are also wanting to ask the same question. And be an advocate for yourself. Next SLO Days, the part 2, is the opportunity to meet with your college advisor. So that is also an opportunity for you to chat with someone who will be looking at your coursework and things like that in a group setting. So just make sure that you are also keeping in mind of your own academics and being an advocate for yourself as we lead up until WOW. With that, I'll turn it back over to NSTP. I'm so excited to meet you all in the fall. Please come by the Transfer Center. I'm really excited to work with you all. And congratulations again. This is such a big accomplishment. I'm so happy and proud of each and every one of you. And you're going to have a great experience. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, Amy. Amy is such an amazing resource as well as the Transfer Center, and I do highly encourage you to all connect with her, all connect with the Transfer Center. They're here to support you. So, my name is Olivia Hayes. I am one of the program coordinators for new student and transition programs, alongside Ali Lamalfa, our other program coordinator here. So, who is new student and transition programs, and what do we do? We are in charge of all of Cal Poly's orientation programs here at Cal Poly. We have open house, which happens every April. I hope we saw many of your faces there at open house. Open house is for all of our newly admitted students who have just received acceptance to Cal Poly, but are still deciding if Cal Poly is the right campus for them. So if you're here today, you decided that Cal Poly is the correct choice for you, and you're here for SLO Days. So you're going to be hearing from a number of different resources today to help you start to get connected to campus and what we have to offer for you. And then my favorite program underneath us is Week of Welcome. Now, I know you are all joining us over Zoom today, so it's really hard to connect with others and engage in some community building, but Week of Welcome is going to be the time for that. You're going to be grouped up with other transfer students, getting to know them, getting to engage in community building. You'll hear from some other resources on campus, but really the point of Week of Welcome is to create those bonds with other students. These are some really important apps during your time here at Cal Poly that'll help you along your way. Cal Poly Orientation app will have schedules for you when you come to Week of Welcome, letting you know what's going on throughout the days. ASI Access will get you access into the Recreation Center. Cal Poly Now will keep you connected to all of the different events, club events that are happening on campus. So I definitely would scan this little QR code. That way you can start getting some of these apps downloaded onto your phone, and you're prepared when you get to campus. Some other ones that are really helpful, Grubhub. A lot of students will use Grubhub to order their meals as they're going into a class, and that way when they get out, their food is ready for them. So take a look at some of these apps and how they can be useful to you. And now I am going to turn it over to one of our orientation leadership team members, Madison Rollins, to talk to you about some common Cal Poly language.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Olivia. Once again, my name is Madison Rollins, and I will introduce myself here in a little bit. But first, I want to talk to you all about common Cal Poly language we use here on campus to kind of help you all get acclimated to campus. So first, we have our UU, which is the University Union. It is the heart of campus. Students come here to relax, grab a cup of coffee, study for exams, and just hang out with friends and hang out there in between classes. Next, we have the rec, or the Cal Poly Recreation Center. This is our gym. So we have an array of workout classes offered, some pools to lounge around or swim laps in. And then next we have SLO Daisies and WOWY. These are new students that are going through orientation. So while you're at SLO Days, you'll be referred to as SLO Daisies or Daisies. And then once you hit WOW, you'll be referred to as a WOWY. And then you have OLs, which is our orientation leaders. And then we have our summer crew, who is our SLO Days leaders, and all of you will have an opportunity to meet them later this evening. Next slide, please. So I would like to introduce some of our student staff here within New Student and Transition Program. First, we have our graduate intern. Her name is Cami Mendoza, and she uses she, her pronouns. Then we have our NOTA interns. First off, we have Emmett Hincapie, who uses he, him, his pronouns and is from the University of Georgia. And next we have Jen Granados, who uses she, her pronouns and is also from the University of Georgia. Now I would like to introduce our orientation leadership team. This is a team comprised of 9 individuals who've been working all year long and helping to plan and run SLO Days and WOW in the fall. So first off, I would like to introduce our administration and logistics chairs. First off, we have Luis Magana. He uses he, him, his pronouns and is a graduated computer engineering major with a minor in communication studies. Next, we have Zoila Kanu, who uses she, her pronouns and is a 4th-year computer science major. And then you have myself. My name is Madison Rollins. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm going to be a 3rd-year history major with a minor in equity and education. Next, we have our training and programming chair, James Jensen. He uses he, him, his pronouns, and is going to be a 4th-year history major with a minor in photography and video. Next, we have our activities chairs. First off, we have Cherokee Trent, who uses she, hers pronouns, and is going to be a 4th-year child development major. And next we have Shavella Oliver, who uses she, they pronouns and is a graduated graphic communications major with a minor in women, gender, and queer studies. Next, we have our cross-cultural experience chairs. First off, we have Ariana Chavez, who uses she, hers pronouns, who is going to be a 4th-year chemistry major with a focus in biotechnology. And then we have Marisol Mata, who uses she, her, ella pronouns and is going to be a 3rd-year plant science major. And last but not least, we have our transfers and supporter chair, Anna Leon, who uses she, her pronouns and is going to be a 4th-year psychology major. Next up, I would like to invite the Dean of Students for their presentation, Student Life Essentials.
Good morning. I'm so happy to be here. I do have a presentation to share, so I'm just gonna try to fire that up before I get too deep into this. I hope you're all doing well this morning. I have lots of great information to share about ways that you can get involved here at Cal Poly. And like the other folks who already spoke this morning, I want to welcome you. Thank you for being here. I know that you have busy lives and that this is valuable time. Hopefully you find it valuable because your time is valuable. So I'm going to go ahead and start by sharing a little bit about myself and my role and what I think you should know about student life and why I love my job as the Dean of Students. So Dale and Ashley, our ASB president, both shared a little bit already about their journey, their college experience, and I wanted to do the same. I'm actually from this area. I was born and raised in San Luis Obispo, and so I'm what you call a SLOCal. Some of you may be SLOCals as well. And I went away to college. I went to a small private liberal arts college in Southern California. And I did a lot of things that I don't recommend. Surprisingly, not drugs and alcohol, but I brought my car to campus. I had an off-campus job, which took me away from campus a lot. I came home almost every weekend. And when I didn't come home, I went to UC Santa Barbara, where all my friends from high school had gone. I didn't join any clubs. I didn't play any sports, and I didn't go to office hours. And when I graduated from that university, I was extremely dissatisfied. I felt like nobody there knew me or cared. I never wanted to go back. I certainly didn't want to give back to my university. And then shortly after, I started working at Cal Poly. I've actually been working at Cal Poly for 20 years. So I returned to San Luis Obispo, started working at Cal Poly, and I was working with students who were extremely engaged. They were volunteering, they were doing research, they were making friends and had amazing mentors, and they went on to get these great jobs. And they would come back year after year to visit me and other people that they had connected with while they were here. And they would even give back to the programs that they were involved in. So that really showed me what college could be. And my experience was a mixture of things that I could have done better and things that my university could have done better. And things like these orientation programs, I think that, really get you started off on the right foot. So that was my experience. And as the Dean of Students, I primarily support students in crisis. So if there's any time while you're here at Cal Poly where you feel like you need extra support, you're struggling, you're not sure where to go, and you need help navigating the campus or the community, please remember me as a resource. This is my Instagram. I try to keep it up to date. I wanted to share also a little bit about why I love transfer students. So I mentioned I was born and raised here. My dad was actually a community college professor for 35 years. And I grew up in his classroom, in his labs, with his students, and just really developed a real love and special place in my heart for community college and for transfer students. Also, we have several programs in the Office of the Dean of Students that serve primarily transfer students. So if you are interested in learning more about off-campus housing, we have an off-campus housing program that we can help you find safe and affordable local housing. We know that that's a challenge in San Luis Obispo. We also have a student with dependents program. So if you're a parent and you're interested in connecting with other student parents or looking for community or support resources, all student parents get priority registration, and we can help you with parking and things like that. So please seek us out in the Office of the Dean of Students. And we also have a program for foster youth called the Guardian Scholars Program. So if you were in foster care, a ward of the court, or an unaccompanied youth, please know that we have support services for you as well. And foster youth also receive priority registration. So we always want to be sure you know about all the benefits and resources that are available to you. And I do share a lot of those through Instagram. Fortunately, I don't do this job alone. We have an entire division to support your success here at Cal Poly. So the Division of Student Affairs promotes student success throughout the Cal Poly experience by providing learn by doing opportunities, delivering innovative student-centered programs, supporting personal growth, encouraging lifelong connections, and empowering all students within a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. So if for some reason the Dean of Students doesn't seem like a place where you want to or find connection, there are many other programs. And so I'm going to talk about several of those here this morning, and hopefully some of this will resonate with you as I move through the presentation. So typically when we're in person, I ask folks to raise their hand, but I'm just going to throw it out there and think to yourself, what types of programs were you involved with before you got here? It could be in high school or in community college or even when you were younger. But did you ever engage in community service or volunteering? Were you connected with a faith-based organization? Did you have a leadership position like ASB or another student government role? Did you play sports, whether that was competitively in high school or recreationally on the side? Have you worked? Do you have a job? Have you been part of a club or another type of organization? Or have you done fine arts like theater, dance, band? The good news is those are all things that we have here at Cal Poly, and they're a really good way to get connected with people who share similar interests to you. So I'm going to talk about a few of those programs as they relate to our core values of leadership, community, social justice, advocacy, and student success. So first off, I want to talk about leadership. So approximately 20% of students at Cal Poly are affiliated with a fraternity or sorority. This fall, there'll be 37 different organizations on campus, each providing a unique experience while connecting students to a larger community network. Annually, our fraternity and sorority members raise over $500,000 for philanthropic causes and engage in over 40,000 hours of volunteer community service. The Center for Leadership is located in the heart of the University Union. This program offers a leadership certificate for emerging leaders, and it's a great way to learn about leadership opportunities and grow your leadership skills. Students don't have to hold any official leadership positions to get involved with the Center for Leadership. On a campus of over 22,000 students, it's important for you to find a sense of community. Many students find their community in housing, their major, a club, band, or other areas on campus. These are places where students can get personal with their passions and know that other people have their back. We have over 400 clubs and organizations where students can connect with other students who share the same interests. Last year, clubs hosted over 15,000 events and activities. That averages 67 events per day. So there's always something to do at Cal Poly. Among them, we have a very strong club sports program with 30 recognized teams, and our club sports have competed nationally and ranked extremely high. If we don't have a club for something you're interested in, you can always start one and we can help you do that. Student diversity and belonging offers many centers and spaces that provide opportunities for students to connect with others around identity, culture, gender, sexuality, and other shared identities. These include the Multicultural Center, Latinx Center, Native and Indigenous Center, Pride Center, Gender Equity Center, DREAM, Black Academic Excellence Center, and Men and Masculinities. These centers provide welcoming spaces and host educational events around identity exploration, cultural expression, and intersectionality. Social justice is integrated in everything we do related to student life. There are some programs that provide specific opportunities for students to engage in social justice, such as alternative breaks. The Alternative Breaks program was created by a passionate student over a decade ago, and every year it takes students around the world to do service work during academic breaks. This year, students traveled to service trips in Puerto Rico and Nepal. OWN is our original women's narrative. And several years ago, our students created an original series of monologues to replace the traditional performing of the vagina monologues. And students, faculty, and staff write and perform narratives from our own campus community that explore important topics such as gender, feminism, race, ethnicity, culture, body image, sexual violence, love, power, and privilege. And even if you don't get involved in OWN as a performer, I highly recommend that you attend the show. It's very good. Advocacy is something that we take very seriously at Cal Poly, and we have a strong tradition of. We have programs that provide professional advocacy as well as peer-to-peer advocacy. And Amy mentioned her advocacy through the Transfer Center earlier. SAFER, in this picture, you can see our SAFER space in the University Union. And SAFER provides programs and services related to sexual assault recovery, advocacy, and prevention. We have full-time professional, confidential SAFER advocates who support survivors, and our SAFER office is leading the way for other universities in violence prevention. The other picture shows food distribution happening on campus, and student volunteers staff our food pantry and provide peer-to-peer advocacy for food and housing insecure students. Finally, student success is our entire reason for being here. We all want to see students thriving and succeeding at Cal Poly and beyond. All our programs and services are geared towards your success. The Center for Military Connected Students, which is shown here on the left, they're painting the Cal Poly P, which is a tradition that they do every year during Veterans Awareness Week. And on the right is the Disability Resource Center, which has access specialists who help registered students with various accommodations for them to be academically and personally successful at Cal Poly. So as you can see, we have a lot of ways for you to get involved, and these are only some of the programs and services that provide opportunities within student life. Research shows that students who are engaged have greater rates of satisfaction, success, and graduation, right? Our ultimate goal. Our programs and services are award-winning and some of the best in the nation, but most importantly, we want to connect you and foster a strong sense of belonging and community. We aim to help you achieve your goals, grow, and be well during your time at Cal Poly. Every student who's been admitted to Cal Poly has the potential to succeed, and there are many people here to support you. At times, you may experience extenuating circumstances that impact your ability to be academically or personally successful, and you might need some additional support to navigate the fast-paced learning environment at Cal Poly. If you find yourself struggling or not sure where to ask for help or feeling isolated, please reach out to me as the Dean of Students or another resource here at Cal Poly. I also want to take a minute to share a little bit of advice, which is that I often hear students in their first year be concerned about not making friends, as Dale mentioned, not feeling connected, not feeling like they know where they belong or know what the heck is going on. And I really want to normalize that for you and say that I hear so many students share that experience that it just makes me believe that that's more common than not. And I don't know if it's social media or just human nature, but I think we often feel like everybody else has it figured out, or they know what they're doing, or they're so much farther ahead than we are. And I encourage you just to give yourself a lot of self-compassion and grace as you navigate this new campus, new institution, new way of doing things, and just know that there are a lot of people here to support you. And it's usually at the end of the first year and even the beginning of the second year that I hear students say, I finally know what's going on, and I finally feel my community or feel a sense of belonging here at Cal Poly. So give yourself that permission. Of course, if you are feeling very sad, lonely, confused, reach out to, as I said, my office, to me as the Dean of Students, or another resource on campus. All right, so I'm getting ready to wrap this up, and I want to be sure that you know about this app, Cal Poly Now. And this is where you can find all of these clubs and orgs and programs and ways to get involved. So definitely download it. There's also a feature on the app that can allow you to find free food. So if there is free food happening at an event, you can search by that and find out where there is free food being offered on campus. So definitely check that out. And I just want to encourage you, if you have questions, please reach out to me over Instagram, or you can email me at deanofstudents@calpoly.edu. But I'm super excited for you that you're here, that we're going to embark on this journey together next year. And congratulations again on coming to Cal Poly. So thank you very much.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Dr. Joy. You all have a little break. The next presentation will beginning at 10:10. So please be back here in 20 minutes for our next presentation. Thank you so much.
We're still going to be on a break for about another 10 minutes. Our next presentation will start at 10:10 a.m. Pacific time with our one community presentation. So enjoy the next 10 minutes. We'll see you back here soon. Hi, George. Thanks for being here. We're going to get started at 10:10.
Yeah, I just wanted to get on a little early just in case.
Thanks for being here.
No problem.
Dale, I tried to chat you back and I can't.
Okay.
So I sent you an email.
Okay, I will check that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Alrighty, everyone. We are going to go ahead and move on with programming. I would like to introduce the many presenters of One Community.
Good morning, everyone. Dale, is there a presentation slide for this that you'll be driving?
We had sent that over to Shane, but if you give us a minute, we can pull it up.
Great. I mean, if not, I can do it from my computer. So while we are working on that, let me welcome all of our transfer students to Cal Poly, and congratulations on your acceptance to Cal Poly and becoming a Mustang. So we call this one community. And the reason we do that is we're going to be talking about public safety, but obviously we partner with our friends at the city of San Luis Obispo to help provide a safe living, learning, and working environment here at Cal Poly, and then also in the city of San Luis Obispo, because we certainly know that you will be going back and forth from campus and also enjoying the wonderful city and county that we have around us. Here we go. Next slide, please. So I am George Hughes. I am the AVP of Public Safety and the Chief of Police here at Cal Poly. And under our umbrella of public safety, we have parking and transportation, we have our police department, a Department of Emergency Management, and then we have a public safety businesses service. Because of limited time, I will be focusing mainly on the police and dispatch functions here that we offer at Cal Poly. Next slide, please. So our police department, we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are here through all academic breaks. We always will have Cal Poly officers and dispatchers here on campus to provide safety services for you. We are a California Post certified police department, and what that means is that we have all the same authorities, training, educational requirements as any other police department in the state of California. The same as your hometown police department. You see Officer Pippin there, one of our officers with K9 Zeus. And if you ever want to have a meet and greet with our K9, please let us know. On the left there, you see the CSO Yellow Jackets. We'll talk about them a little bit later on, but those are our student employees, and we call that Mustang Patrol. They are out patrolling the campus in the nighttime hours and also will provide safety walks if you desire that. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about crime on campus. So we actually enjoy a very safe campus community, and the city around us is relatively safe, and we both enjoy low crime rates, especially crimes of person. But despite our best efforts, crime still does occur here on campus, but the majority of those crimes are property crimes and crimes of opportunity, which means we are creating the opportunity to be a victim of a crime. And most of those are due to not properly securing our stuff, locking our bikes, leaving computers and laptops and iPads and phones or anything of value out open. For example, you might think it's okay when you're in the University Union to take a quick break and go get a coffee or go to the bathroom, but please take your things with you because they will disappear and walk off if you leave them there. The same in the rec center. So put your stuff in a locker, and they're called a locker for a reason. Please lock those lockers because at times people will go through there and take stuff. So please help yourself and help us by properly securing your things. That includes your car as well if you have a car on campus. Please don't leave things in sight. And please lock your cars. And let's talk a little bit about property registration before we go to the next one. So anything of value, especially your bikes and your computers, have a serial number. Please register your items with us here at Cal Poly and also in the city of San Luis Obispo. So that's not going to stop items from being stolen. However, we find things quite often. So I wish I had a picture of the hundreds of bicycles we have in our bike lockup right now that were found. However, we cannot get them back to the owner because they were never registered for us. So please register your items with us when you get here to Cal Poly. You can do it online or come to the police department and do it. And then you can also do that in the city of San Luis Obispo. 2 slides, please. I'm going to talk about scooters a little bit. So unpopular, but it's a decision we had to make here on campus for safety reasons. We do not allow scooters or skateboards on campus. And as you can see, we have a very hilly topography. And when you get here on campus, you're going to notice that especially during in between classes, our pathways, roadways are heavily impacted with vehicles, people walking, people on bicycles, and that sort of thing. We have had several people injured and hit and run into individuals and then also fall off and have serious injuries. So for safety reasons, they are not allowed on campus, and we will enforce that. So please do not bring your scooters to campus. If you do not ride them on campus, and please store them properly if you do. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit about alcohol and drugs. So I know you have been, this has been shoved down your throats by your parents and counselors and teachers and other folks, for the last 15, 16 years or so. So I am not going to preach abstinence to you. You know that alcohol, if you're under 21, is illegal. There's consequences for that. Same with drugs, even though medical marijuana and recreational marijuana is legal under certain circumstances in the state of California, it is not legal on college campuses. That includes ours. So we will be enforcing those. So there's consequences. What I will preach to you is just good decision making. Please, if you decide to partake in alcohol and or drugs, please make sure that you are taking care of yourselves, you're taking care of your roommates, and you're taking care of your friends. Make plans on how you're going to get to where you're going and coming back. Do not overconsume, especially if you are leaving campus and going somewhere. Make sure you have a plan on how to get there. Stay together, keep an eye on everyone, and make sure you come back together and have a plan on how to come back. But also, if you decide, decisions that you make right now, decisions that you make when you get here to campus, they're going to follow you for the rest of your life. They can be good results or they can be very, very bad results. Here's an example. You go out, you get a minor in possession ticket or a disorderly conduct for urinating in public or any of those types of things. You're going to get a citation. You might go to jail. You might go to the drunk tank. You might go to the hospital. Depends on the circumstances. However, you will have a record that is going to follow you for a very long time. The reason I bring this up, you worked very hard to get into Cal Poly. It is even harder to get that dream job when you're done. It is very competitive out there right now. Something that seems like it was kind of funny and fun right now, just imagine trying to tell that story 4 years from now in an interview process. Do not give them the opportunity to even think about going to another candidate because of something silly you did here at Cal Poly. So please think about that. We have background checks done all the time here by employees. As a matter of fact, there's one in the office going on right now, right across from me. So please, please, please think of what you're doing before you do it and know that those consequences will follow you. Next slide, please. Enough of that. We're going to talk about our campus partners and resources. We have a tremendous amount of resources here on campus to support student support, just to help you get through anything that might be going on that you might be challenging you. So please talk to someone. I'm not saying you have to talk to the police, but please talk to someone. If you're struggling with something, please talk with your resident assistant, a CSD, a counselor, someone in the health center, SAFER. If you haven't had a presentation from SAFER yet and the support that they can offer you, you will be having one, but reach out to them. Just talk to someone, one of your advisors, one of your faculty members. We all work together to make sure whatever you're dealing with, you will get the support that you need. So please tell someone, and we will get you connected with the support that you need to make sure you're successful. Just some safety information here. If you haven't seen our Rave Guardian app, please take a look at that. You can download it for whatever devices you have. Your high school might have even had this. It's very popular in K through 12 and then also higher education. We don't have enough time to go through all those functions that are on there, but one of them is if you want to text 911, if you want to text a suspicious incident to our dispatch center, you can take a picture of it just like you do if you're texting regularly and send that to our dispatch center. You can also request a safety walk from Mustang Patrol, which I talked a little bit about earlier. You can also use that as what we call a safety walk guardian. So if you can't take advantage of our shuttle that works 7 days a week during the day and also at night until 2 o'clock in the morning, or if Mustang Patrol doesn't work for you or you don't have a friend to walk with and you end up walking by yourself, please use this function on this app, which basically says this is the location I'm at. This is where I'm going. It should take this amount of time to get there. And if you don't get there in that amount of time, it will automatically notify who you have designated as your guardian. That could be your roommate. It could be a friend. It could be the police department. So it'll notify that individual, then it will tell them where your last location was. Then that way we can come on check on you and make sure everything's okay. Next slide, please. So a little bit about parking and transportation. I'm not going to spend much time on this. I'm sure you've heard that first years, we do not allow parking on campus, but coming in as transfers, if you are commuting onto campus, there is parking available. However, it is very, very limited. So early on, you will get a notice of when parking permits are going on sale. So please take a look for that. However, I would suggest not bringing a car to campus unless you absolutely have to. We are just running out of spaces. We just don't have enough for everyone. So it's not convenient. I'm going to tell you that right now, and it's expensive. So please consider rideshare programs, bicycles, transit services. We do pay or supplement the bus services for you in the city of San Luis Obispo. It's free to you. All you have to do, it's unlimited. All you have to do is swipe your card, your ID card, and you get free unlimited rides to and from campus and all throughout the city of San Luis Obispo. There's obviously Amtrak, there's van pools. Mustang Shuttle, as I said, is our on-campus shuttle system, which will take you from point A to point B, C, or D, wherever you want to go on campus at day and during the nights. Next slide, please.
Officer Hughes, real quick question.
Yep.
Yes. There's been a number of questions regarding parking permits. And again, with transfers, we have a number who are going to be commuting and some who are going to be living on campus. You mentioned an email they'll be receiving, but do you know if they can purchase those now? Will those be available in August, late August?
It's not available now for fall quarter. If you go to our parking webpage, and I will find it and put it in the chat if that helps, but go to our parking webpage and it will have information on there on permits, costs, and when they will go on sale and the process for that.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Next slide, please. Just real quick on Department of Emergency Management. So we have our own Department of Emergency Management here on campus. Your hometown and county had one as well. It's a system that kind of works behind the scenes. You never hear about them unless there's some type of crisis. I just wanted to let you know that we have our own, and we work very closely with the city of San Luis Obispo's Department of Emergency Management in the county. So if there's any sort of crisis, whether it's man-made or natural, such as a wildfire or earthquake or that sort of thing, we certainly have the resources to do that. Next slide, please. Business services, just a support function. They also manage all of our student employees. So if you are in need of a job, like most of us did when we were in college, and you want to try something a little different and work with public safety during events, you can help direct traffic, you can help our parking area, you can work our front desk. There's a lot of functions that our student employees can do here on campus, including our Mustang Patrol, which is a student-run basic security service. So if you're interested in that, please contact us in our our business services unit, and we'll get you hooked up with employment opportunities. So with that, next slide. I think next you get to see and hear from our city partners, and there's some non-emergency and emergent numbers for you. So please take a screenshot of that non-emergent number. Our dispatch, obviously we have 911 just like anyone else. But the non-emergent number, if you need to get a hold of us and it's not an emergency, please call that number and put that number in contacts in your phone, 805-756-2281. And with that, I will pass it off to our partners with the city of San Luis Obispo and Christine Wallace. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Dale, I can share my own screen or just stick with this if you would like.
Let's just keep going with this.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Christine, representing San Luis Obispo Police Department. We are the off-campus public safety agency for San Luis Obispo. Like Chief Hughes shared, we work very closely with Cal Poly Police Department and San Luis Obispo Fire Department. We're out and about in the community in cars, on bikes, on motorcycles. You will see us, and we do. You will see us sometimes on campus if there are big football games or soccer games or other things where additional resources are required for Cal Poly PD. Next slide, please. As Chief Hughes mentioned, in San Luis Obispo and on campus, property theft is very challenging. It is very, very important that as you transition into San Luis Obispo, for those of you living off campus, especially if you're going to be parking cars in the neighborhoods, everything needs to be pulled out of your vehicle and brought in the evening hours, and everything needs to be locked up. Window smashes are fairly common, and folks that accidentally leave things unlocked, anything left in those cars is usually stolen. For example, the photo over on the right-hand side of all those laptops, and the puppy and the gaming systems, that was all stolen in one night off campus in some of our neighborhoods. And we were lucky enough to have a traffic stop done by AGPD, and all of these items were able to be recovered. This happened about 10 days before finals a couple of years ago, and I'm sure that caused a lot of panic with a lot of folks. So once again, please, please, please lock up all of your stuff. If you are bringing a bicycle to campus or to the community, we also recommend getting rid of cable locks. Those are very easily cut, and we have hundreds and hundreds of bikes stolen every year. Please invest in a heavy-duty U-lock and make sure that those are used properly through the frame and the front tire of the bike. Also, parking districts are a major component of our neighborhoods. If you are moving into an off-campus neighborhood, please make sure that you have a permit that is shown in a vehicle. Landlords will provide those. If you are living on campus, but you're looking to play the I'm going to park my car off campus game, we ask that you strongly reconsider that. Parking tickets are about $40 to start. Vehicles that are parked anywhere longer than 72 hours will be tagged for tow. So we recommend using alternative transportation like the bikes and the buses and so forth. And if you are going to park in the neighborhoods, make sure that you do have the permit. Personal safety, like Chief Hughes talked about, we really encourage always using the buddy system. If the nighttime activities of a college town are going to be your thing, we definitely recommend that you always travel with a buddy and be around of your surroundings. If you're going to be using rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft, please make sure that the security settings are turned on so that you're required to provide the code to the driver and you know that that person is the person that's supposed to be picking you up. We've had instances in our community of people posing as Uber drivers and picking up very intoxicated people and victimizing them. And we know that utilizing the security settings will greatly help with that issue. Also, we encourage folks that are out bouncing around at night to make sure their phones are fully charged. Oftentimes we scoop overly intoxicated folks up off the sidewalk, and we would sure like to get them back to their friends so that they can go home. But if we don't have a way to get in contact with those people's friends via their cell phone, we're not able to do that, and they will have to go to jail for misdemeanor drunk in public. So please, please, please charge your phone. And also consider pulling an earbud out when you're crossing the street and walking through the community. We've gotten instances of folks getting hit by bicycles and cars because their faces are in a cell phone and they can't hear what's coming near them. So just make sure you are aware of your surroundings. A couple of laws for those of you transitioning into our community that might be looking for a fun lifestyle. We have very expensive fines associated with noise, unruly gathering, public urination, and open container. They start at $350, they top out at $1,000. 3 times a year, these are doubled. Those times of year are the start of school, Halloween weekend, and St. Patrick's Day. So we recommend that you are aware of those weekends and just generally aware of these laws. If you're moving into an off-campus rental, please know that we also cite property owners for repeated noise violations, and oftentimes your leases will hand that fine back to you as the tenant. As you're joining our community, we really are just looking for y'all to be good neighbors. We have an expectation for folks to be quiet, clean, and respectful. Generally, if you're going to participate in a celebration of some sort, that's great. We're not the party police, we are the noise police. So we look for folks to contain their parties and clean up after themselves so that it's not an impact to the neighborhood around you. And like Chief Hughes was also saying, if you see something, say something. If something weird is happening or something criminal is happening, then you can see it. Please, please, please report it as soon as possible to the law enforcement agency of where you're located, either campus or off campus. State laws we'd like you to be aware of. These are the 4 that we come into contact most often with student age folks in our community: minor in possession, possession of a fake ID, drunken public, and DUI. All of these at their minimum are misdemeanors, and some of them can escalate into felonies. Like Chief Hughes talked about, it's really important that there is an understanding of if one of these ends up on your record because of behaviors, it's really hard to get them off, and it's really challenging to manage getting a job and job applications with this on your record. So we trust that with this information, you're going to be able to make the right decisions for yourself to avoid contact with law enforcement. Also, off-campus actions have on-campus consequences. If you are arrested off-campus, that information gets reported back to Cal Poly Student Affairs. We also report municipal code violations that are repeated, like unruly gathering and noise violations. So please know that it's not Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. It's San Luis Obispo, and stuff does get shared. Information gets shared all the time. So be aware of that as you join our community. Also, we have wonderful resources available to folks here in the community. Not everyone is going to party and rage. If that's your thing, great. Figure out how to know your limits. If you get into a space where you need assistance, we've got many, many, many resources both on and off campus that can provide you the help that you need. RespectSLO.com is a website that SLO PD operates that has a variety of those resources. Please consider bookmarking it. And again, if you end up needing help or a friend needs help, please ask for it. And then lastly, like Chief Hughes provided, we've got our own off-campus non-emergency number. Please consider putting this into your phones, 781-7312. If you are off campus and your car gets towed or your bike gets stolen or something of that nature occurs, that's the number to use. If there is an emergency, always 911. We also encourage folks to follow us on Instagram or other social platforms. And that is a great way for folks to stay connected to our community off campus with regards to what's going on in a public safety forum. I also utilize Instagram to advertise when the safety enhancement double fine zones are. And that's a great way to stay connected so you can be aware of what's happening. And with that, it finishes up for me.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Shane Scove. I'm a battalion chief for the San Luis Obispo City Fire Department. San Luis City Fire Department is an all-risk fire department, which means we provide medical services, fire protection. We fight structure fires, wildland fires, floodings, any type of emergency situation that can face us here in the city and on campus. We are designed to handle. On screen, you'll see our mission statements: enhance and protect the lives, environment, and property of our community and its visitors. We have 4 stations spread throughout the city. Each station is equipped 24/7, 7 days a week with personnel. We have 2 trucks that provide protection to the city, as well as 2 fire engines. All of our rigs are red and white, so you'll see them on and about campus, as well as throughout the city, as well as we are staffed with what we call ALS, which is Advanced Life Support Personnel, who are paramedics, basically. You will see other apparatus in and throughout the city. We have medic rescue, we have a wildland engine, we also have UTVs and stuff like that. The one thing we do not do is transport. We contract with San Luis Ambulance Company, and they are the green and white ambulances that you will see throughout the city. We ran over 7,400 calls in 2023. Like I said earlier, various calls, structure fires, wildland fires, traffic collisions. But the bulk of our calls are medical aids. So of those 7,400 calls in 2023, I would say 70 to 80% of those are medical aids. We have plenty of open space, 50 plus miles of hiking trails. We have mountain biking trails. The things that we like to caution everybody about is using the buddy system. That's our first safety issue. The next one would be to stay on the trails. However, our trails are pretty well marked and maintained and utilized. We have had some instances where people go and they venture off the trail, especially on Madonna Mountain or Bishop's Peak, where they decide to try to climb some rocks and they either get stuck or they get lost on there. The other thing that we're going to remind you to do is anytime you go out with your buddy and you're utilizing these open space areas is to charge your cell phones. A lot of times what happens is people call for service or call because they're lost or hurt, and what happens is we'll make contact through a cell phone to you, and we need to maintain that contact for you to dial in your exact location. As you'll see on screen, we have many resources to help get you and assist you out of these open space locations. We have a USAR team, which is designed to help any type of climbers on rocks and stuff like that. We have a e-bike team, which can deploy on those very tiny, narrow single track trails. And we also have a UTV vehicle that can load a patient in and extricate a patient off the mountain. And last but not least, we have access to CHP helicopter H-70 in those dire cases where we need to airlift somebody directly to the hospital. Fire safety, our community, approximately 10 square miles, is surrounded by 4,000 acres of open space. And if you're new to California, you'll see that from May to about these days, it's around November is our fire season. We're in a pretty good fire season now. And what happens is all the rain and everything makes everything green throughout the winter and the early spring. But once we hit about May, all the grasses and the brush start to cure and create quite a fire hazard for us around the city. And since we have so many neighborhoods and infrastructure that is exposed to these wildland areas, that fire safety is important. So one of our reminders here today is going to be that there are no fireworks allowed within the city limits of San Luis Obispo, so no exceptions, no matter what day it is, as well as if you are at a gathering and decide to have a fire pit or a bonfire, it needs to be in an approved commercial container, which means that's something that you buy at the store. It's lifted up off the ground, and you have a screen to place over the top to prevent embers from being blown into these open spaces and starting a vegetation fire. Our city is very friendly to bikers. You'll see throughout the city as you venture in and about the city that we have many bike lanes. Our emphasis is obviously on bike safety. We ask that you wear a helmet, use a light if there is you're going to be utilizing a bike at nighttime, and try to wear something bright. Obviously, it's bright and reflective. At nighttime, visibility is reduced, and it makes it harder for us to see you on bicycles. Utilize those bike lanes and utilize that bike as a car. Make sure people see you. Make sure you have eye contact. Try not to ride with your ear pods in to where you can't hear oncoming vehicles approach you and become a hazard. And last but not least, our railroad safety. There is a railroad corridor that runs right along the campus, and there have been walkways and bridges over the railway to create safe travel if you're walking or riding a bicycle. We ask that you do not use the railway as a walkway. It is pretty fenced off now, but there have been times in the past where students have gone up on the railway and used it as a walking path, and for what reason or not, they had earbuds in, they did not hear the train coming, and they got struck by the train. So that has been rectified as far as we put fences up. We have made safe walking and bicycle areas around the tracks, and they've even placed a new bridge so you can get over the track in one area. So please do not cross underneath the crossing arms there at Foothill and California, and make sure you look both ways every time you cross the tracks. And that is all for my part of the presentation. Obviously, take a screenshot of this. Our contact number to reach the fire department phone tree is 805-781-7380. And obviously, our emergency number would be 911. So thank you. And on behalf of the SLO City Fire Department, welcome to San Luis Obispo and welcome to Cal Poly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anna. Next up, you will be on break until 11:10. So we'll just meet up here in about 20 minutes.
Hi, Joaquin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I can go ahead and share I have the PowerPoint presentation up and I can share it and,
That works for me. Yeah.
okay, sounds good.
Are people coming in now? Are you muted?
Not sure.
Alrighty, everyone. I hope you had a nice break, got some coffee or some snacks. And we are going to invite Campus Health and Wellbeing to talking about mental health. Take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Johnine Mano. I want to first start by welcoming you to campus. My name is, as I said, Johnine Mano, and I do use she, her pronouns. I remember very well coming to Cal Poly, and there's just so much to navigate as far as finding your new places, meeting new people. That's when I came here to work about 3 years ago. But we here at Campus Health and Wellbeing are available to help you out. So we have asked one of Cal Poly's student health educators to help us present this information so that you may hear from a current student. Their student health educator role works in the Pulse program in Campus Health and Wellbeing, and you'll learn more about Pulse later in this presentation. Joaquin?
Yeah, how's it going, everyone? My name is Joaquin Martinez Baños. I use he, him pronouns, and I am a graduate assistant for the Pulse Health Education Program. You've probably heard this, a few times today, but I'm going to say it again anyways. Welcome to Cal Poly. We hope you're having a great slow day and, meeting new people, even though it's on Zoom and getting to know, your future home.
Okay, so I am going to share my screen so that we can go ahead and I want to make sure if someone can confirm that, yes, you are seeing the slides.
I can see it.
Dale?
Yep, we're seeing the slide, but also the left. So I don't know if you want to actually get into presenter mode. There you go. That looks great.
Okay, great. So now as we said, we're going to be talking about mental health today. Our goal here today is to share that mental health is important for all of us. Whether you're experiencing a mental health concern or symptoms or not, it's important to invest in your mental health and well-being. This often is not discussed. Our hope is that by talking about mental health more openly, we can connect with this aspect of our humanity, acknowledge that we all struggle at times, and that by learning about mental health, we can be more prepared to address it for ourselves and others. And we hope that you also hear today that your experience matters. It's okay if you have a strong response to something difficult or painful in your life. That is being human. There's more to college than academics, and yet it can be hard to balance academics with everything else. So we care about you, and we'll be here if you need it. So let's talk a little bit about mental health. It does encompass a lot. The dictionary definition states that it's a person's condition with regard to their psychological and emotional well-being. That's a good start, but there's really more to it. So at Campus Health and Wellbeing, we think of mental health as a broad domain of our health that impacts many things. So keep in mind, I'm going to go back up. Keep in mind that mental health is informed by our environments, our biology, what we are exposed to or ingest, the coping mechanisms we learned, and our habits and tendencies. Finally, our life experiences and identities also inform our mental health. Mental health can be supported by noticing and responding to your needs, which we'll talk more about in a moment. Building supportive communities, utilizing medication if that's something you'd want to consider, and reaching out to a variety of resources. At the same time, there are a number of things that can cause us to experience emotional distress as well.
So let's go ahead and let's think about the last time that you've felt stress. Kind of what kind of led to that? What were your feelings during that? And usually, if this was an in-person presentation, I'd usually ask to get a show of hands if you felt stressed, but I'm assuming that you all have. And that's totally good because everyone has felt stress and it's actually a completely normal and human emotion. It's great because it helps us stay motivated for the rigors of college, like starting an essay early so you don't have to cram it all in at the last second. And while stress is awesome from helping us get stuff done, we also want to acknowledge distress. And if distress is having an assignment due at the end of the week and you kind of pick away at it little by little, distress is when it's Friday, you got three assignments and a midterm due on Monday, and you're so overwhelmed to even think about starting it, so you just watch 8 hours of Netflix instead. I know I've been there, and it's not a great time. So distress is when stress doesn't necessarily motivate us anymore. You stop everything because it's just way too overwhelming. I've been in that spot before, and while it's not a fun place to be, I've gotten pretty good at managing distress over the years in my time in college, thanks to a few strategies I'm really excited to show you all later in this presentation. Coming to Cal Poly can be both exciting and stressful, so if you start to feel overwhelmed by everything, just know that you aren't alone, and there are a ton of awesome resources and clubs on campus to join to kind of help you feel at home, to make you kind of help you make that adjustment. So we know how hard it can be to look for help if you haven't done so already. On the next slide, we'll share just how to know if you're feeling distress versus just regular stress.
Okay, so here are some of the physical and emotional, as well as cognitive signs that you might feel or think when distress is taking over. Keep in mind that stress does affect us all differently. In general, when we're experiencing stress, our bodies release chemicals to help us deal with perceived threats, leading to what is called a fight, flight, or freeze response. You might feel fatigued or worried also, or you might not be able to focus or remember things as well as you used to. You may feel alone or even nauseated. So these are your body's warning signs or cues to be curious about what's going on for you. The first step in managing our stress is to recognize when we are stressed. This can be challenging for us because we don't always pay attention until our bodies send us significant signals. So for example, if you're seeing a bear while hiking, your body's going to prepare you to try and survive the encounter by increasing your heart rate and your breathing and by tightening your muscles. However, our bodies can often misinterpret things or have an outsized response for the stressor that we're really encountering. So for example, during finals week, you may feel like you are seeing a grizzly bear all week long. So when you notice these symptoms, Ask yourself whether you're going to judge yourself and push yourselves even harder, or will you respond with self-compassion?
So, like I mentioned a couple of slides back, I think I've gotten a lot better at managing distress throughout my time in college, and I'd like to share some of those strategies that I've used, and I think that can help you as well. So, to help navigate distress, we have five main strategies, but for most people, they resonate with about one or two of them, and then just kind of focus on them. And so up here we have physical care, emotional care, cognitive intellectual care, relational care, and spiritual care. Personally, I resonate a lot with physical care and emotional care. I'm training for a marathon right now, and what I've really enjoyed about that process so far is the feeling I get when I'm running. And sure, at first it felt like I was going to die on every run because running is hard and it's been particularly pretty warm out lately. But as I got more acclimated into running and got more fit, I realized how much less stressed I felt after being outside, trotting along one of the many trails we have on campus. So, and it doesn't have to be running, right? So it can be just shooting some hoops or rock climbing at the rec or taking a nice walk around slow to let your mind settle down. As for emotional care, that's all about checking in on yourself and seeing how you've been feeling lately. So, is the stress you're feeling now pretty typical, or is it kind of going beyond the regular stress levels and going into maybe something like distress? Self-care and emotional care, they go hand in hand, and it's designed to be a lot of fun. So I really like drawing, and while I'm no Leonardo da Vinci by any means of the definition, I am a huge proponent of sitting outside and doodling whatever I kind of feel like drawing, like whether that's just like the landscape around me, like maybe some trees or just some strange creature, whatever. It doesn't really matter what I draw. I just like doing it. So it may take some time to experiment and figure out which strategies you personally resonate with the most, and that's totally okay. Supporting yourself is going to be such an important skill to learn if you haven't done so already in college. So these strategies will hopefully help you navigate your stress, especially when you feel like it's starting to creep towards the realm of distress.
Okay. So it can really be hard to be a student, no less being a human. It may feel difficult to appreciate our limits and needs because a lot of us have this belief that we are supposed to be superhuman to be successful. But that belief can make it really hard to take time to tend to your needs. One thing we often hear from students is that when they come to Cal Poly, they stop behaviors or practices that helped them to be successful in the past because the pressure of not having enough time becomes too much. We encourage you to think about what those things have been for you and find ways to incorporate them in your Cal Poly experience. The hardest thing about investing in ourselves, though, is allowing yourself to believe that it's okay to take breaks and to give yourself time to notice and respond to your needs. Rest and reflection allows us to come back stronger than if we just continued along on an empty tank. So there will be times when you might need guidance, when you feel stuck or overwhelmed, or when you've been doing a bunch of healthy behaviors, but still things aren't feeling right. If you're struggling with something, know you're not alone. We here at Counseling Services and Campus Health and Wellbeing are here to help. So keep in mind that in the US, about 25% of all adults have symptoms of a mental health concern in any given year. So really think about that for a moment. 1 in 4. Think about what that means about community and commonality of mental health concerns. This statistic reminds me that struggling with mental health is a typical human experience, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. You're not broken, you haven't done something wrong. This is common. Either you or someone you know will have at least one mental health challenge in your lifetime. Talking about our emotional health or going to therapy can be an important and normal thing to do, just like we go to a medical provider when we have physical ailments. So Counseling and Psychological Services, which is Cal Poly's counseling center, sees more students than the national average for college counseling centers. And the reason why is because Cal Poly students before you advocated diligently to have more access to these therapeutic resources on campus and to ensure that they had a place to invest in their mental health. We're very proud of those Mustangs who worked really hard to make well-being a priority. And you'll find many people on campus are ready to talk with you about mental health as a normal part of life in your academic experience. Anxiety and depression happen to be the most common concerns that we see on campus. Often people can feel nervous talking to their friends about their experiences, believing that they're the only ones going through this. But more often than not, when people start talking about their experiences, they find others who have or are going through something similar.
So let's think this, okay, sorry. Let's think about this another way. Imagine that your friend has been acting a little different compared to how they normally do. They're distracted, they're always tired, and not really eating when everyone else is. It can be difficult to let them know that they're not alone because we're afraid of maybe making things kind of awkward or strange. So, in this video, we're about to show you, we're going to tell you a few tips that you can use to maybe try to think about starting that conversation with a friend that you care about.
Cal Poly students have a lot going on: academics, clubs, sports, relationships, activities, and spending time with friends. It's an exciting time, but sometimes it may seem like too much to handle. If you know or suspect that one of your friends is thinking about suicide, you can make a real difference by following these 3 simple steps. See something. Pay attention to your friend's behavior. Students thinking about suicide might seem more sad or anxious than they usually are. You might notice they're withdrawn, have been spending more time alone, haven't been going to classes, or seem to be sleeping all the time. You might notice that they seem hopeless, stuck, or even talk about death. Whatever you've seen, it is important to respond to their emotional distress or noticeable changes. Even if your friend isn't thinking about suicide, your willingness to help can have a huge impact. Say something. When you notice the signs of emotional distress, don't ignore them. If you choose to approach a friend you're concerned about, or if someone reaches out to you, here are some things to keep in mind. Offer your support by asking if your friend would like to talk. It's usually best to have these conversations in private, unless it's uncomfortable for you or your friend. Talk about what you have observed and your perception of the situation. Be direct and honest. It's okay to ask directly about suicide and other serious topics. Getting these issues out into the open is the best way to start dealing with them. Engage in active listening and stay focused on your friend's concerns. Be careful not to take the focus away from your friend's experience by talking too much about your own story. Do something. You can give hope by helping to explore options such as faculty and staff, family, spiritual or religious advisors, and counseling professionals. If you don't know how to handle a specific situation, check in with a faculty member, advisor, or counselor. Cal Poly Counseling Services is a free resource that can help students with all kinds of concerns, including thoughts of suicide. You are not alone. Be sure to get support for yourself as well. If you have immediate concerns about your friend's safety, call 911 or the university police. You are not betraying your friend's trust by getting others involved. Their safety is the most important thing. Overall, conveying your concern and willingness to help is the single most important thing you can do for somebody in distress. Your attention, encouragement, and reassurance can help. See something, say something, and do something.
Sorry, I need to get out of this. There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Okay. So see something, say something, do something is all about letting your friends know that you're there for them, like genuinely, and will support them in any way you can. So even if your friend's issues don't seem that extreme, people shouldn't be receiving help when they're at the final breaking point. So while it may be a little awkward to start that initial conversation, if you approach it without any judgment or really any intention of like fixing anything, we think you'll find the conversation to be really beneficial for both of you.
So in the video, they mentioned talking to a counselor. Counseling and psychological services is here, and we do care about the Cal Poly students. We want to help you be successful and to live your life in a way that feels meaningful to you. All our therapy services are free, are just for students, and are confidential and private. And our location is on campus near the rec center by the rock climbing walls. Although we do also offer virtual Zoom appointments. We also have private therapy rooms. If you don't have privacy to do Zoom, you can come here and do a Zoom, including even if you see a counselor in the community, we have rooms available for you to be able to do your own session in a private room over Zoom with a community therapist. Counseling and psychological services, or CAPS, has a variety of services to fit your needs, and we do work hard to collaborate with you to come up with a plan of treatment that's really just for you and what you're going through. Though we don't have session limits, we focus mostly on providing short-term therapy. If you're interested in longer-term therapy or ongoing therapy, throughout your time at Cal Poly, we'll talk about the best options and give you resources, depending on what other resources you may have available, such as insurance, family support, transportation. We want you to be able to meet your needs, whether that's here or somewhere else. And note that we will be by you through the whole process. You're always welcome to come back to CAPS if the plan in the community didn't work out, or if you need something different later on. If you do have specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them, or any of our staff, just by emailing us at counseling@calpoly.edu. Here's a picture of our staff currently. We do have quite a few counselors, and we are going to be adding a few more just so that we have availability for students. And we also have a new staff member, Mabel. She is a therapy dog with one of our therapists, and she'll be available for sessions with that therapist if student is interested. So there's 3 different ways to connect with Cal Poly counseling services. The first is through our drop-in services. You don't have to make an appointment. You can just find the link on our website and go to it over Zoom at the scheduled time. We also include in our drop-in services some group experiences like yoga, meditation, and first-year support spaces. Our Let's Talk program is a weekly drop-in. It's an informal and confidential one-on-one with a counselor. It's a space for students who maybe are not quite sure about therapy yet, or who have a general mental health question, or who have a problem they'd like to talk through. On top of our general Let's Talks, we also have Let's Talks specifically created for students whose identities have been marginalized and the students who utilize the Dream Center. You can find all our drop-in services on our website just by typing in Cal Poly Counseling Services in your browser. It'll take you there, or you can look on CP Now. The next way you can connect with us is to call and ask for an appointment. And usually within that week, you will be scheduled for what's called a brief screening, and it's a 15 to 20-minute appointment where you'll be able to ask some questions. And also we'll ask you questions just to get an idea on what's bringing you to therapy, what your therapy goals are, and then we'll make recommendations based off your presenting concerns. Together, we'll make a plan of action and get you moving toward accomplishing those goals. Lastly, we also have crisis services that are available to you 24/7. You can call our phone number anytime and either talk with a therapist right away, in person over Zoom or on the phone. You can also call our crisis line. If we're not open, you can still call in the evening, on the weekends. And we also have available same-day urgent appointments. If you are in a crisis, you can walk in or call for one of those. If you are at all questioning if you should call or not, please call. We want to be there for you to navigate your urgent needs or difficult moments. Finally, we are committed to providing high-quality clinical services. Our therapists are skilled. We're all licensed professionals from a variety of orientations and specialties. We regularly continue our professional growth through continued education, certification programs, and consultation groups. For example, a few of us have recently taken EMDR therapy, which is used a lot with people who have gone through traumatic experiences. We also have a bi-monthly group for our counselors that focuses specifically on growing in cultural humility. And we have a weekly task force working on increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion in our program and services. And that task force, by the way, just got an award for their work. We are dedicated to reducing barriers and accessing mental health services. So increasing access, we want not only in getting students in quickly to the therapy room. Typically, the longest we want you to wait to get in is a couple weeks after you've had that brief screening call, if that's how you come in for services here. But we also want to help you connect with the Cal Poly community, build relationships with other departments and student groups, and to provide well-being guidance to those who desire it. We do strive to be a safe space, where each student can be their unique selves and feel supported in what they're experiencing. We also really appreciate students' feedback. So when you may get a request for an evaluation, please let us know how we're doing.
So Pulse and counseling services, we're all part of a larger organization, Campus Health and Wellbeing. And we have a ton of stuff that you basically see at a regular doctor's office. We have doctors, nurses, a full pharmacy at wholesale prices. You're a lot cheaper than CVS or Rite Aid. Access to X-rays, and yeah, like I said, pretty much everything that you would have access to at a regular medical facility. And what's really important to know, and you've probably heard this, but it's all included with your tuition, which I was personally confused about when I first transferred here from a school in North Carolina. I fractured my foot and I was all worried about like what's that look like on my insurance and things like that. But it turns out that the school pretty much covered everything. So, hopefully you don't break a foot, but if you do, you'll have the comfort knowing that all the resources are here for you. Campus Health, like was already said, lives in Building 27. That's where I work. That's where counseling is. We're right next to that big rock wall next to the rec center, and that kind of red brick building. We have a ton of cool things there, like a massage chair, um, and just a bunch of other things like that. So the food pantry also great. So we'd love to see you there. We'll also be hosting 3 breakout sessions throughout the weekend. So yeah, we'd love to see you all there. And here is a slide where I can kind of plug where I work, which is Pulse. It's a collaborative student-led health education program that seeks to achieve a balanced, thriving campus at Cal Poly. We do that by doing presentations like this, educational outreach, and fun events. So our goal isn't to tell students what to do, but we want to kind of inform the student population of all the resources and information that we have so you all can make the best informed decisions about your health and safety. And so if you want to get involved with our department, you can join one of our well-being programs, which includes Pulse, Safer, Mustangs for Recovery. And while I'm talking about Pulse, I might as well plug our Instagram. It's there on the screen at it's, Pulse. It's yeah, Cal Poly Pulse. There it is. And we're actually doing a giveaway right now. I'll probably throw it in the chat, our Instagram handle, before you guys head out. We're doing a giveaway on our Instagram, so we'd love to see you participate in that. It's pretty nice Cal Poly pullover with some nice embroidered stuff on there. So yeah, and then yeah, go to the next slide. And so up here in these photos, you have all of our really great events that we've done in the past. So we have things like speed dating, and if you know you're nervous about speed dating, you can just be friend dating. That's cool too, or speed friending. And so, backed by popular demand, we have therapy dogs, which is really great because both the people and humans are really stoked about that. You know, get the dogs get to get pet and get all that attention. And so all of these events are found on Cal Poly now. So if you're excited about like therapy dogs or like speed dating, then you should check that out because that's where that will all be. So
Okay, so we made it to the end. Let's just review some key things that we'd like for you to take away. Keep in mind, mental health is a part of all of us, and mental health challenges are a part of human life. There are lots of stressors that Cal Poly students will experience, and paying attention to your body and responding with care is important. If you notice your friend is going through something, approach them with sincerity and non-judgment and let them know there are people who can help. And then finally, campus health and well-being. CAPS is available 24/7 to provide free mental health services to Cal Poly students. We do care about what you're going through, and we do want to be there for you.
So I know we just threw a ton at you, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere. The building hopefully will stay intact this year. So if you have any questions about anything we've covered today, please come by and give us a visit, ask any questions. It's been great getting to know all of your faces. And well, and also we also have a QR code, which would be great if you could scan that and kind of give us any feedback so then that we know kind of things that you're interested in, so we can kind of base our programming off of that. And I believe we have some questions in the chat. Can you use one of the rooms? Let's see if you want to help me out with this. Can you use one of the rooms if you have a therapist from your hometown as well, not just the community? And yes, I believe so. If you want to chime in, um, I'm pretty sure you absolutely can. Yeah, that's no worries.
Yes, yeah, you can. And how you access those is you just call us at our main number, which is also a crisis number. It's just the same number, which is 805-756-2511, and request a room to be reserved for you.
And how do we access the private therapy rooms? There might be something online that we can kind of explore, but you can just go into if you go into the red brick building, the counseling and the doctor's office, you'll see a big sign that says like counseling center, and in there, that's where you'll see the massage chair. You'll see the front desk, where if you have like a scheduled counseling appointment, you can check in, and that front desk can answer any questions you have. And if you don't, you can't really find that counseling area. If you walk into the health center, just go to the front desk. They'll be able to help you and get you in the right direction. So I don't know if you want to chime in any of that private therapy
It
room.
looks like Madison's typing an answer to that.
Oh no, she's typing an answer to the where online can we find more about meal plans. So I think let's see if we'll open it up to any other questions about our presentation today before we let you all get going. If not, it was great meeting you all, and just remember, like, we're all here for you. Like, you know, I work for Pulse. We have the counseling services, Safer. If you haven't heard of them yet, they're great as well. So just know that, yeah, we're here for you. And so I think from here, I think you're gonna be taken to your next meeting. I think it's a break or you have some other presentation. So thank you so much for listening to us about mental health and all the things we have on campus.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
When can we start to use a health center on? Oh, one more question. Sorry. When can we start to use a health center on campus? I think you can technically use it, at least from my experience, you can use it anytime. I believe it's like free and comes with tuition once you're taking classes. So if I went in now and I'm not taking any classes, I would have to pay a small fee. It's very, very little. Like, but if you're taking classes, it's with your tuition, it's free. So okay. Yeah, I'll leave it to the staff. Yeah.
All right, thank you to our folks from Campus Health and Wellbeing. And my name is Marisol, and I'm pretty sure you already saw me earlier in the presentation this session. So now we're gonna move into our presenters for career services. So I would like to invite up our staff.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evie Kriegbaum. Hopefully you can hear me. We'll see.
We're good, Evie. Thank you.
We're good? Okay. It's hard to know. Let me share my screen here. And I know everyone can see kind of my whole screen, but that's because I'm going to be moving back and forth from this presentation to some services that we have. So I understand that. But again, my name is Evie Kriegbaum. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am the career counselor for right now the College of Liberal Arts, and I'm super excited to be here to present to you. We love transfers. I'm so excited. And we are so super excited that you're here. So just want to say that. But here we are paving your path from here to career. So what I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes are just, really why would you want to come to career services? Why are we here for you? I'll talk about the career counselors, how we can help you on a day-to-day basis and throughout your time at Cal Poly, how to connect with us, and maybe a little quiz at the end. So all right, so why would you come to us for career help? Why would you be here? Let me tell you, you definitely want to visit us as soon as you can. And the reason why is because you come to college most of the time to get a career or some sort of life path. It could be grad school, it could be a career, it could be learning about internships or jobs. We will help you do that. And we want you to be able to have a resume that you feel confident about. We want you to be able to network, all the things. And so this is why you're here. This is our college specialist team. And so all of you have a career counselor assigned to you. Like I said, I am the counselor specialist for the College of Liberal Arts. Shout out to all CLA students right now. I would be your career counselor. We also have Tammy over here in engineering. We have Jade for architecture. We have someone will be covering for the College of Business pretty soon. We have Jordan for science and math. And then over here, we have Matt, and he's for agriculture. So we have one for each of you, and you'll be able to make those appointments. I'll show you in a bit how to do that. And what we can do is kind of a myriad for you. Obviously, we can help you figure out your resumes and kind of get those squared away. We can provide, specific career information about your major. So if you're still kind of like, I'm in a major, now I'm at Cal Poly, I don't really know what to do with that major, that's okay. We're going to help you figure that out. We can help you set those plans in motion. We also help guide the search for internships, maybe on-campus employment or off-campus career jobs. We will help you find those as well. One of my favorite things is exploring graduate school. We have a lot of students who are really interested in grad school. They want to figure out how to get into school. And a big part of my job, I think, is really helping students kind of navigate that application process and kind of help them figure out how do I even look for schools? Where would I go and how do I get in? So grad school, we can also help you negotiate salary. Maybe you get your first job and you're like, I don't even know what to do. We're going to help you with that. basically all career related needs. And then we support you when you graduate as well. We're excited. We are so excited for you to come here and graduate. And then we also help you. So I have students all the time that come back to me and say like, hey, can you help me tweak my resume? I'm going for something else. Or, let's talk about my career path. Super excited to do that. Don't be afraid to try new things like joining clubs if you can, maybe an organization, maybe a volunteer position somewhere in SLO. If you can at all possible, it really looks good on a resume. A lot of people supplement their resume. Maybe you don't have a lot of work experience. That's okay. Join a club, get involved, find a way to beef up the resume. And really, good advice is just find ways to connect and get help from us as well. All right. So I wanted to jump over, basically go to our website, even though I know no one really goes to websites. We all just Google everything, which is totally fine. So when you do Google it, Google Cal Poly Career Services, resumes, or something like that. We have a lot of resources for you. We can help you with interviewing, job and internship. Let me just pop over. Okay, so here is our site. It's still kind of old school, but here we are. So we have a toolkit right here that tells you all sorts of cool stuff. We have sample resumes. You could go into every school at Cal Poly and find a different resume, right? So if you need help, here's an example of a resume. Pop in. You can actually download the Word doc if you need a good place to start. We also have resume and letter guides. We have a cool handout that we can show you. These are all really good resources. I know a lot of people in your position right now are like, I probably have a resume, but kind of need some help. That's okay. We're here for you. We actually have a digital upload that you can do once the quarter starts. You can upload your resume and someone will take a look at it for you. Or you can actually come over to career counseling, and there are 20-minute resume and cover letter appointments available to you. We also have drop-in in the future. Once the quarter starts, you can come get your resume, all the things checked out there. And then, career counseling appointments as well. And I'll show you in a bit how to do that. But just want to make sure you understand we have a lot of resources for you. Let's see. Your events, we have a whole career fair schedule. I'll probably talk about that in a bit. But we have many, many things for you to look at. Let me go back to explore majors and careers. So if you, for some reason, are still like, I don't like my major or I don't know what to do with it, come over here. Just take a look. You could probably find, a bunch of jobs and career paths within a major. So this is a great place to start if you're feeling a little bit like unsure. This is called What Can I Do with This Major? So even though I'm kind of like jumping around, the point is we have a lot for you. So don't feel like you don't have what you need. I guarantee that somewhere in our department, we can help you. And that's really my overarching goal for you today, right now, is just feel heard that you might be nervous about career. You might not know what's happening, but we will help you. That's our job. So, and we're excited to meet with you. And also at the end, I'm going to try to go through this so that we have a few minutes for questions. So right here, you can see this is an example of a career fair. We put on, I want to say 10 at least a year, 3 big ones. So fall, winter, spring. And those, you can find those in our website. You can also go to Cal Poly Now. That's going to be the main source of, finding out what's happening on campus. But you'll see that there's a fall career fair. There's a virtual career fair. Each college has some sort of specific career fair to their college as well. I highly, highly, highly recommend coming to a career fair, even if you're not ready. Maybe you just want to, check it out. That's okay. As you can see in this picture, it's kind of just like a bustling room, really busy, full of people. You don't have to talk to anyone the first time you come if you don't want to, but if you want to, All you have to do is approach a recruiter and just start talking. Tell them maybe a little bit about yourself. I'm a this major, this year, interested in sales or whatever. And that starts the conversation. It's a really great way to get comfortable with recruiting and kind of feeling like you have a path to a job. Many students find jobs at the career fair, and many of them get internships. It's a great place to start, and I highly recommend coming. Again, even if you're like, not super excited about this, I highly recommend just try it out, right? And if you're not feeling prepared with an outfit, don't worry. Again, we got you. Come over to our department. Career Services has a professional clothing closet, and hopefully, I don't know if the volume will work. Let me know if it doesn't.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler.
And I'm Annabelle.
And we're Career Service Ambassadors here today with the Professional Clothing Closet.
For those of you who have never heard of Career Services Professional Clothing Closet, we provide free, high-quality work clothes so students can create memorable first impressions at career fairs and interviews.
We are a donation-based service aimed to help students of all backgrounds feel comfortable going into a business setting. The Clothing Closet provides a safe space for students to experiment with their professional style.
Here are examples of business clothing you might already have in your wardrobe. Before coming to the closet, it's important to see what you already have and what you still need to get.
For any pieces you may be missing, the Clothing Closet has all sorts of pants, shirts, jackets, and even shoes.
Different industries have different expectations on what business professional looks like, so be sure to do your research so you know what your industry expects.
Remember, it's wonderful when students get creative with their clothing choices. Looking professional should be comfortable,
so you can radiate more confidence during your interviews.
All right, perfect. So hopefully you heard that, and if you didn't hear it, at least you could read it. Basically, again, the point is come into Career Services. We do have a bunch of clothing for you to go through, and students walk away with 3 free items. You don't have to show anyone. You just have to check in at the front desk, and that's it. It's a very low-key situation. You can change in the clothing closet and kind of figure out what looks good. And we have a lot of students who come right before the career fair and pick out an outfit, and then they feel really good going into it. So we want to be there for you. Here we have a transfer career day coming up. This is super exciting. This is really all about you. September 27th, it's a Friday, 5 workshops. It's basically all day, but you don't have to be there all day. You can just pop in. But again, if you're like, I don't know, I need help with career fair prep, or maybe I'm like not confident about interviewing, come to this. This is going to be really helpful. There'll be a presenter for each of these items, and you can kind of pop in as you go. There's a networking mixer with faculty staff from 3 to 4. That would be really cool. There's a lot of prizes and food. I just highly recommend, like, this is where you can go to feel connected and to really start getting that career prep, but also meet cool people. You know, it's like a cool day just for you. So why not come on by? Especially because of the prizes. I remember last year, I think people got some really fun stuff. So come on over. There's a resume workshop coming up for transfer students. It's virtual, coming up in August. Try to remember these dates. And if not, they're going to be in Cal Poly now, and I'll show you that in a minute. August 27, 5 to 6 p.m. You know, you'll get a Zoom link. That's going to be really helpful because, again, it's going to help tailor your resume for what you've been doing, and then we're going to help show you, you know, how do you tailor it with clubs or class projects, or maybe that weird volunteer thing you did last summer. It's like, we will help you for that specific reason. We also have one-on-one appointments, like I mentioned before. This shows you how to do it. I'm just going to pop in as myself because I actually went to Cal Poly for grad school. So here I am as a student. This is our new Mustang jobs. We just switched to a new platform. It might take a little time to get up to date with how many jobs we have. But right now we have, you know, a few hundred jobs to look at, but that number will grow to the thousands pretty soon. But as you can see, you can start to look in Mustang jobs if you're like, okay, I'm ready to take a look. It'll tell you if for some reason you're not really qualified. That's really helpful. I wish I knew that way before. But also right here, career counseling appointments and drop-in. This is how you're going to make that first career counseling appointment. And you could choose in person, you could meet, virtually, phone, whatever. And then suddenly you'll get all these appointment dates and times. And then you just simply click and you'll get an email, and then you'll meet with the career counselor. So this is how you do it. We can give you access to the slides as well later. We will have drop-in from 11 to 1 beginning fall quarter as well. And that's a virtual situation. You can just come on over, anytime for any reason, basically. Okay, so how career services cannot help you, sadly. We cannot help with academic advising because we don't know how to help you. We don't want to help. We would mess you up. We help with career. So anything career related. And that includes like picking a minor. Maybe you're like, my major is not like what I thought it was, but I'm really interested in this minor. We can help you decide to pick the minor, but academic advising will help you with your classes, block scheduling, picking classes, figuring out where you're at in your degree progress. And then if you, for some reason, land in academic probation, no big deal, we got you. But that's academic advising. We sadly cannot help you with that. But we do have a lot of students think that we can. And then we have to tell them, I'm sorry, we don't know anything about classes. We would mess you up. Connect with us. Okay, so we are really over here by the stadium. If you can see this over here, we're in this L-shaped building. It's building 124. If you want to come over here for an in-person appointment or any kind of workshop or event, that's where we're at. We're kind of far away from Campus Market and that sort of thing, but we are over here, building 124. Again, a lot of our program services are virtual as well, so you could pop over virtually. We can help you with part-time. Oh, I wanted to jump over to part-time and on-campus jobs. So again, let me go. Here's Mustang Jobs. This is where you're going to look. Go to jobs and then go to position type. And if you want to find something on campus, let's start looking on campus. So already we have 27 jobs. And again, this would be mapped to you so that you could see, are you qualified? It looks like I'm qualified for these jobs, right? So I would be able to apply for these on-campus jobs. That's a really cool way to look for jobs right away. But of course, you can see there's other, job, internship, federal work study, all the things, right? So here we go. That's the way to look for those. Let's see, workshops. We have a lot of workshops coming up, and you'll be able to look for those on Cal Poly Now. Here's a view of Cal Poly Now. I'm sure you've seen it. And we are career services. So anything that looks like this, here we are. And you can search by us as well. We will have the career fairs in here. You'll be able to see when those are coming up. Right now, we only have, a few events. Let's see, career. But let's see what happens. Here we go. So there's just these for us. But again, we will get a whole lot more coming up. Summer is, a little bit slower. So, all right. So we want you to connect with us online. Of course, Cal Poly Now is where we're going to see a lot, all the events, but join us on Instagram. We have a fantastic coworker, Monica, who has made Instagram so fun. And we are one of the most popular Instagrams on campus now because of her. She's just amazing. So you're going to find out a lot of event info on Instagram. I highly recommend pulling out your phones even right now. Join us. It's just Cal Poly Career Services. Again, this will help you find out when is career fair, all the things, right? All right, so let's play a little game. Not really, but since we're virtual, it doesn't work the same, but that's okay. Myth or fact? Let's try it out. Transfer Career Day is on September 27. I wonder if that's right. Let's see. I'm gonna try. It is. Oh, fact. Okay, there we go. Fact. It is September 27th. Don't forget that. That is a whole day just for you. Super exciting. Myth or fact, career services can help you plan your class schedule. All right, I think we all know that is a myth because your academic advisor is going to help you with that. All right. All right, name a fact. If we were in person, I would totally ask you, what's one reason you should visit us? I'm just going to tell you. Here we go. All of these things, there's a bunch of reasons why you would want to come, and these are all part of it. Honestly, like if you're just nervous about career planning, like that's a really good reason to come to us, to be honest, because I will literally sit with you, you know, and we will talk one-on-one about it. Like, let's talk about this. Like, tell me more. All right, so that is the end of my short presentation about us, but I do see that we have some questions, and that's why I wanted to leave a few minutes here for open Q&A. Hopefully we get to some of these. All right, let's see. Work study. Okay, you know what? I don't know. I think it is. Okay, so work study, I believe, basically the department will pay for your salary and they get supplemented. So it's kind of a cool gig. I don't know if you can do 2 of those part-time jobs at once or not, but we would help you figure that out. So good question. Okay, I can't access Mustang jobs on the portal yet. It says the account is disabled. You should be able to now, I thought. If not now, within the month for sure. So don't worry, but you will get into Mustang jobs. I'm surprised that you haven't gotten, like it's not letting you. So I'm going to see if you want, I'm going to put my email in the chat. I'll put it for everyone. And if you can email me with your name and information, I'll check on that. So for the person who asked that question. All right. Yeah, I think that's all for my questions. Dale or Olivia or Marisol, do you have any more that have come up for you? Maybe not. Maybe not.
I think those are all the questions related to career services. Thank you for dropping your email in the chat. I know that is a really good resource for them to have.
Awesome. Great. Well, perfect. Okay. So in the meantime, again, point is come to us, email us, call us, whatever you want. We're here for you. Excited to see you, honestly. Like, this is so great. So thank you all, and I will be signing off.
All right, thank you. All right, transfers. So right now we are finished with our presentations for right now, and we are going to have our scheduled lunch. So please be back here at 1 p.m. to resume programming. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch. My name is Anna, and next up, we'll be seeing a presentation from our Mustangs and Inclusive Excellence, and it will be presented by our wonderful Cheryl.
Hello, everyone. I'm just waiting for my colleague. I believe he's in here as well. It will be hosted by myself, Cheryl Flores, and also my amazing colleague, Jeremiah Hernandez, who I believe is somewhere in this room.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Welcome, Jeremiah.
Hi.
Let me know when you're ready to share our screen.
What? I don't know. Oh, yeah, it'll let me. Okay, so give me just a sec. I thought I had to be co-host. Okay. Man, are we in presentation mode? We're good?
We are ready to go.
Right, let's go.
All right. Okay, so let's do this. So welcome, everyone.
Wait, real quick.
Oh,
Go ahead, go
we
ahead.
lost it.
I forgot the setting on the thing, but go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to introduce myself then while Jeremiah is doing that. My name is Cheryl Flores. I'm actually the coordinator for the Native American and Indigenous Cultural Center here on campus. I'm so excited to have all of you with us today. I was literally where you are 4 years ago. I myself was a transfer student from Cuesta College, and I transferred over to Cal Poly. So I was in your exact shoes online because I came in during COVID. So I jumped at this opportunity to be here with you today, and I'm excited to see all of you here.
I guess my turn. My name is Jeremiah Hernandez, pronouns he, him. I'm a coordinator for La Casa on campus. And I do want to give a big shout out to my friend Cheryl, my colleague, because not only is she currently the coordinator for NACE, but today is her last day officially as the coordinator for NACE because she is going to be one of our assistant directors for student diversity and belonging, and we'll touch on that a little bit later. So big shout out to Cheryl for the promotion. Very happy for you. Excited for her to be in this position. And yeah, so are we jumping right into it?
Yes, well, if you can pop it into presentation mode, please.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was there already.
No problem.
My bad. My technology. Okay, there we go.
There we go. So first, we're going to start off today with a land acknowledgement. There we go. So Cal Poly sits on the traditional lands of the Yaktichu Tichu, Yaktelhini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaktichu Tichu Yaktelhini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tilhini peoples have stewarded their ancestral homelands and unceded homelands, which include all of the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within San Luis Obispo County and region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains towards Kern County, south to the San Marie River, and north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture.
So some of the community agreements we'll be going over today, just as we get into the presentation, and I'm kind of going off script because I don't have it in front of me right now. But I'm pulling it up right now. We want to strive for intellectual and cultural humility, be opening to challenging ideas. And again, this is a real key thing, is that be open to challenging ideas, not just challenging ideas, but challenging ourselves in the way that we think, in the way that we've been taught, the way that we learn. All of us are, well, not all of us are Cal Poly students, but all of you are Cal Poly students and you're fully capable of doing so. Reflect on your own identity, norms, and perspectives. And again, this is important because we're looking at who you are as an individual, not only who you are through your experiences, but who you choose to be. Whenever you think, I already know something, ask yourself, how can I take this further? Or how am I putting this to practice with what I already know? And again, this is really that idea is how can we challenge ourselves to do better, be better. And lastly, of course, there are no bad questions. I know some people are like, nah, there's some bad questions, but really this is a place for learning. This is the space for learning. Cal Poly is an educational institution. So again, we want to keep that in mind. And if there is a question, please ask.
Okay, so overview of our presentation. The story starts with you, our community. So the goal of this presentation is to inspire you with opportunities to connect and build community on campus, and to allow you to think critically about your role in cultivating inclusivity here at Cal Poly. Today, we will start with a review of DEI terminology. How do we know who we are? Implicit bias and microaggressions, and equitable inclusion at Cal Poly, student diversity and belonging, and building the community you want to see. So here are some key terms. No, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go.
Go ahead, dear bud.
No, go ahead.
So here are some key terms to guiding framework for discourse in DEI. You may or may not have heard the term DEI in higher education. This term is used to discuss efforts by the university to develop and implement what the acronym stands for: diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what do we mean when we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion? Diversity is how we differ, the recognition and acceptance of differences between people's social identities, which can include ethnicity, race, gender identity, sexual orientation, ability, economic class, religion, nationality, among many others. And there, of course, intersections. Equity recognizes a historical and systemic oppression and acknowledges that different communities require different levels of support to succeed. Achieving equity may require an equal distribution of resources to address the historical disparities and achieve equal outcomes. So, for example, if I were to give everybody right now on this Zoom call $10 to help you buy a $20 book, I would have treated all of you equally. But since some of you may have started with a few quarters, maybe a few $100s in your back pockets, we would not have achieved an equitable result. Some of you would be able to buy the book and have tons of money left over, and others still would not be able to afford the book. Inclusion is more than simply diversity and numerical representation. Inclusion involves authentic and empowered participation in a true sense of belonging within a group or structure. Inclusion cannot happen without equity. So how do we know who we are? So Jeremiah, if I could have you switch over to the next slide. When we talk about diversity, we're talking about our different social identities. Social identity is an individual's concept of self. Based on a broad sense of perceived group membership, social identity is often not entirely chosen by the individual, but organized based on societal systems and expectations. It is important to talk about social identity because it influences how we see ourselves, it informs us how we see the world, and it influences how we experience the world. It affects our relationship with others around us as well.
Oh, that was all that. My bad, Cheryl.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so on the screen, you see an image of the sun with the rays emerging from it. This is an illustration of a circle with the sun, and the rays are all the social identities that we carry. Age, the ones you might commonly see include right here: age, race, ethnicity, ability, disability, socioeconomic status, language, nationality, sexuality, religion. And again, these are a lot of the ones that we know offhand, but there are many other ones as well that you may be able to think of. So we encourage you to think on your own social identities. Which ones do you think about a lot? Which ones are more nuanced? Do you barely think about it all? How might this shape the way you connect with others? So thinking of identities that are most salient to me for myself. Obviously, you know, I'm a brown man. And so that's generally one that I've had throughout my entire life. Also, um, something that's a little less salient, I thought of this morning, is that I'm a hip hop head. Now that's a little bit different, you know, because it's like, oh, what does hip hop have to do with who we are as a person, right? Well, hip hop culture has been a huge part of my life since I was a kid, and so that's why I say that, because in itself, in the culture of it, just like me being Mexicano and having a Chicano culture that I grew up with, right? The hip hop culture, in a way, is part of my identity. It's part of who I am. It's part of the experiences that I've had in life. And again, the hip hop piece is a much more nuanced, because folks don't wouldn't necessarily know that unless they know who I am, even if they meet me after a period of time. They wouldn't necessarily know that, because that's a much more personal one, right? That's something that I do participate in outside of my professional work and whatnot. But again, thinking of those identities that are most salient are oftentimes these ones that we have shown here. But again, we want to challenge you to think about, what are your identities, you know, and really what makes you who you are as an individual. What are your experiences? And we'll have some more time to think about this as we go through the presentation. So we're gonna discuss this little video. It's a cute little video. I encourage y'all to giggle and laugh. It's got some serious themes on there. But you know, it is that pulls our discussion on identities into a single scenario in which we could see how we're impacted by our identities, that we can't necessarily change, and how we can support one another through different barriers that we experience in life. Let's see.
In a garden, there's a caterpillar and a snail, and they're basically best friends. They hang out 24/7. They do dinner, movie nights, crafts. Oh, they're like really into cosplay on top of like whatever else caterpillars and snails do, like eat leaves or something. Anyways, one day they're on their way to a party that's right outside the garden, and they have to go through the fence to get there. So the caterpillar goes right through, but the snail is stuck. Her shell is just too big and it won't fit under the wire. So she's like, crap, I can't get through. Maybe like, can you lift up the wire? Or maybe we can build a little bridge or something? And the caterpillar's like, dude, just go under. But she can't. There's just no way that the shell is going to fit. And the caterpillar's like, go under, come on, we're going to be late and I'm trying to hook up with that super cute ladybug. But it's not happening. The shell will not fit under the wire, and at this point, Snail's getting kind of frustrated because it's not like she doesn't want to go to the party, but for some reason, Caterpillar just isn't getting it. Yeah, it's not that easy for me. I just can't crawl under the fence like you can, so I would really appreciate your help here. Maybe we can, like, go a different way, and this just, like, sets the Caterpillar off. What the heck? Just because I can crawl under stuff doesn't mean that I have it easy. Do you even know what it's like to have 16 feet? You don't, because finding shoes is a complete nightmare. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not saying you have it easy. I'm just saying I can't go under the fence because of my shell. That's it. I have a shell and you don't. And there's some stuff that's easier for you that's harder for me. Just like I don't know jack about finding shoes because I don't have feet. Caterpillar thinks about this for a second and realizes the snail is right. I mean, he's never had to think about shells or slimy trails, and that's a privilege that the snail has never had because she has to think about that stuff all the time. That's part of being a snail. And it's kind of like that for everyone, right? I mean, we all have our own struggles and challenges, and some of them are small, and some of them are huge and really unfair and beyond our control. And a lot of the time, it can be hard to see what someone else deals with because you've never been in their shoes or shell. Like, maybe you're gay or trans, have a disability, or a different religion, or of course the obvious one, you're a member of a different race. I don't know what it's like to be you, and you don't know what it's like to be me. So it's really important to stop and try and see the other side so we can help each other overcome those obstacles together. It's like sometimes you're the snail and sometimes you're the caterpillar. Oh, yeah. Okay, so then the snail and the caterpillar figured out that if they went to the other side of the garden, they could get through a little break in the fence. And while it took a little longer to get to the party, they did the trip together, which is what made it so great. So they got to the party, the caterpillar hooked up with the ladybug, snail taught everyone how to do the wobble, and the party was everything. The end.
Oh, the silly hooligans. So before we get into implicit bias, just a debrief on the video. It shows both sides of a possible scenario. The caterpillar doesn't know what life is like for the snail. The snail doesn't know the difficulties of being a caterpillar. Their different challenges were acknowledged and their different experiences were validated. You often can't step into someone's shoes when you don't share their lived experiences. But our responsibility to each other is to listen to one another, work together, and find solutions that uplift each of us when we encounter a barrier. And that's the point, is right, that we take the time to listen about others' experiences and do our best to understand. Again, to really just know that, okay, all of us have challenges that we go through, and we're all going through this process together.
Thank you, Jeremiah. So going into implicit bias, I will ask y'all for participation in just a few seconds. So the first person to pop the answer to I'll ask you just a few minutes will receive a prize from us. So your first day or whenever you come to campus, you can find us and I'm going to write down your name and we'll have that. But with implicit bias, also known as unconscious bias, this refers to the automatic, unintentional attitudes or stereotypes that people hold about certain groups of people. These biases can influence our perceptions, behaviors, and decisions without us even being aware of them. This is not a bad thing. We all have biases, but it informs our understanding of the world and how we move through it. It resides deep in our subconscious and affects our understanding, actions, and decisions. And it can manifest as stereotypes and microaggressions. So, just as an example, if I were to say, and again, first one to pop it in the chat, like a good neighbor, can you finish that for me? You know the rest of that jingle. Pop it in the chat. And I don't think I could see who popped it in the, oh, there we go. Perfect. Yes, State Farm is there. Um, there's so many things that live in deep in our subconscious that we don't even know. Like you didn't even know that that was just floating somewhere in your brain. Um, so that's one of them. That's the many jingles that live inside our brain, and I can think of many, many more of all the commercials that all of us have watched.
Next slide. So microaggressions, brief and commonplace indignities, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostility or negative slights and insults that potentially have harmful or unpleasant psychological impacts. And that's, a pretty heavy explanation, definition of what a microaggression is. It takes work for us to be more aware of microaggressions, particularly how our own behavior, our actions, our verbal remarks can impact or harm someone. So just to give it a little bit more of a better example, we're going to show a brief video of if microaggressions were mosquito bites. And let's see.
And just a brief context
For
warning.
people who
I got it. Just a brief context warning. It does cover harm that can happen with the example of police violence. So I just wanted to state that before we begin.
Yes, thank you so much, Cheryl.
still don't think that microaggressions are a problem?
Oh, you're so well spoken.
Oh, just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite.
Ugh, it's a compliment.
Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. But if you're only bitten every once in a while...
No, where are you really from?
Cleveland?
Sure, it's annoying, but it's not that big a deal. The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. I mean, a lot more. Whether it's on a date...
Oh, your English is so good.
Excuse me?
Going grocery shopping.
You know, everything happens for a reason.
I'm just buying apples.
Commuting to work.
So when are you gonna have a baby?
Watching TV.
We have to keep the Redskins name. It's part of our culture and history.
Or just walking down the street with your partner.
I couldn't even tell you were gay.
Mosquitoes seem to pop up everywhere.
Do you know John? Give me shopping advice. I love Cher too.
And getting bit by mosquitoes every goddamn day.
Can I touch your hair?
Multiple times a day.
So pretty.
Can I touch it, please?
Can I please?
Is fucking annoying. And makes you want to go ballistic on those mosquitoes. Which seems like a huge overreaction to people who only get bit every once in a while.
It's just a mosquito bite. Who cares? Just another angry black woman.
Of course, beyond just being annoying, some mosquitoes carry truly threatening diseases that can mess up your life for years.
Astrophysics? Maybe you should try this challenging major.
Ow, my dreams.
And other mosquitoes carry strains that can even kill you.
He looked like he was up to trouble, okay? I felt threatened.
So next time you think someone's overreacting, just remember, some people experience mosquito bites all the time.
You're all so exotic. Wow.
And by mosquito bites, we mean microaggressions.
All right, so just a brief review of that video, social identity, unconscious bias, microaggressions. How can we better understand these terms and consider them moving forward? Social identity is who we are as individuals, the collection of our experiences, ancestry, and environments we have been a part of. Unconscious bias can be considered the subliminal thoughts we have either for or against something or someone. Again, biases is unavoidable, but it's important to be aware of our biases and to understand why we have them. Microaggressions often stems from implicit bias, and microaggressions can be seen as the ways we are inconsiderate to others and cause harm based on assumptions.
So exotic. That line always gets me. And I want to share real quick too, because this is the when I've given this presentation to the first year students that are coming in, they haven't reacted to this, but and you don't have to react to this question, but has anyone had a counselor at the school, whether at the high school level or even at the community college level, tell you maybe you should choose a less challenging major? I did several times throughout high school and at the community college. And so again, I know the first years weren't, that's kind of typical because their first years coming in at Cal Poly, they got like a 10.0 GPA, right out of high school and all that. And our experiences as transfer students is a little bit different, I'm sure. And you know, we definitely still got great grades. We and y'all earned your spot into Cal Poly, right? As transfer students, you all earned your spot into Cal Poly. You put in the work, so don't let anyone ever take that from you. But again, it's just a brief example that I wanted to share with y'all because that was my experience as well. And just that last line too, oh, so exotic, that always makes me laugh. Just it's too much. So building an inclusive campus, it starts with you. How can you build an inclusive campus? Well, oh wait, was this one here? No. I'm
nope,
sorry.
I think
I jumped ahead. My bad. I'm on. See, Cheryl color coded everything all nice and proper, and it got me messed up. I'm sorry. Equitable inclusion at Cal Poly. Diversity and belonging are a response to pervasive issues like microaggressions in higher education. We are reframing and understanding cultural diversity as a benefit to our campus community, like many other universities, and we need to continuously to work to deconstruct and reconcile our histories of exclusion. Campus departments like us are working to elevate the voices of students who can inform institutional responses that uplift historically underrepresented students. And so our goal is to create a stronger campus community through radical care, overcoming shared challenges, and collective growth.
Thank you. So building an inclusive campus, it does start with you. And how can you build an inclusive campus? Well, there is no Cal Poly without our students, and you make this campus what it is. And you have a lot of capacity to make waves during your time here, whether it's for one person or for 100. You can choose to conduct yourself through this time. Well, the way you choose to conduct yourself through this time will change you and the people around you. So, engaging with an intersectional framework, barriers to resources, microaggressions, and discrimination happens on campus like they do out in the real world. People often have more than one marginalized identity, and when marginalized identities intersect, they can create newer and harsher barriers. Our responsibility as individuals is to learn as we go and apply our new knowledge to support our peers and community. Holding yourself and others accountable. When you witness discrimination in action, like microaggressions, or catch yourself acting on implicit biases, take the time to reflect on your actions and take accountability for your impact through appropriate avenues, such as apologizing for the harm you've caused. And importantly, continue your own self-education to prevent similar incidences from occurring in the future. Prevention is key. If you find yourself on the receiving end of microaggressions or harmful behavior, it is critical to connect to your support systems. And that means us that you see here on the Zoom call today. So myself and Jeremiah. Another campus partner is going to be the Ombud staff. They offer a safe place to go for assistance in resolving any university-related issues, concerns, conflicts, and complaints, and they're confidential. So even if you have maybe a roommate that you just don't want to be with, the Ombuds is going to be your place to go to. You can also make a care report or a bias incident report with the Dean of Students. SAFER is our violence prevention team on campus and has confidential advocates for survivors of assault. And you can reach out to Title IX office or come to a trusted faculty or staff member. And of course, our centers. We implore you to learn more about our resources here at Cal Poly, and it'll be important to know what each of them offers and what each is obligated to do in their role, and that's important.
And just to follow up on those, those were all some of the stuff that Cheryl had mentioned. As state campus employees, it is our responsibility to make sure that y'all are supported. And I like to mention this to my students quite a bit, is that at the top of the list, your safety, your security, and your well-being are at the top of the list for me as an employee. And so again, we really encourage y'all to reach out to those resources, because we're not able to help unless we do hear from you. Unless it gets wildly out of control, or we're able to see things that are very, eminent, and it's like very clear that there is an issue. Otherwise, we can only help when we're reached out to. So again, we really want to encourage y'all to reach out to those resources. And that goes into our next piece, seeing this campus as your community. Each of us as stakeholders in this campus's community, the resident halls, facilities, classrooms, centers, all our other spaces on campus are shared resources. We do want to treat this space with the care and respect of our own home, including all the people in it. And lastly, what can inclusivity look like in action? There are so many ways to build trust and care. Inclusivity on our campus community. We are only one department, student diversity, but there are so many places where you can get involved with throughout campus, clubs and organizations, and outside. For yourselves, the pinnacle of our work is to build belonging with students. Oh wait, that was it. I don't know why that last part was there. So that's the heavy stuff.
All right, now we get to go into the fun stuff. So I'm super excited about this, and this is why I chose to do this today. Not only because, again, I was a transfer student, I'll let Jeremiah hop in just a second, but this is something that was important to me as a student here at Cal Poly. I didn't have a place to go outside of the classroom, so I traveled from AG to SLO, and it was kind of boring, just kind of sitting on the grass, nowhere to go. I found my home in SDAB, so the Student Diversity team and centers, which we're going to show you in just a second, and that is why we're here today. So we are Student Diversity and Belonging, or what people like to say, SDAB for short. So SDAB is a collective of campus resources here on campus. We support and we empower students experiencing marginalization through intersectional advocacy and cultural connections to build a more just and equitable Cal Poly community.
So, us. Oh, wait, you just said that, right? No, our vision
Yeah, you
is
could
to
stay
create,
there.
our vision is to create a Cal Poly experience rooted in equity and holistic support, where all students thrive. We strive to accomplish this through our 8 growing centers that you see listed here. We are student facing. We're here to work and build community with you, and you can engage with any number of these centers and their programming that speak to your needs, hopes, and experiences. And I will say, you don't have to, be a part of these groups to come through. If you have friends that are, by all means, come with your friends, right? These centers are for all students. Again, you don't have to be a part of these affinity groups to come to the centers. It's that our focus is to support these affinity groups, right? These different groups that we have. Um, and so
Okay, so this is our professional team. So just to put a face to the names and all of our centers. So our team consists of our director, our assistant director, myself as a new assistant director, and the coordinators, and not to mention our many student assistants. When you enter our centers during the academic year, you will typically be greeted by one of our student assistants, and the coordinators are never too far away, and I won't be either. We are accessible for questions, one-on-ones, and are usually out working our programs. But each of our centers has a unique programmatic goals, support systems, and values to meet our students' needs. In the next slides, you'll learn more about our centers, which I'm really excited to share with you.
sorry, I was just admiring that handsome fool right there. Oh,
Oh,
that's me.
David? Jeremiah.
All right. Gender Equity Center is in University Union, the UU 217 office, neighboring M&M and the Pride Center. This is a center uplifting and empowering women, feminine, trans, and gender expressive students and their allies at Cal Poly through intersectional programming, advocacy, and education. There are numerous resources, including menstrual supplies, diapers for parenting students, and gender affirming care resources. And they also hold events, the largest of which include Women's History Month, GEMS, or Gender Experiences, Monologues, and Stories, which is a theater activism through performance and zines, and also gender equity training, a 4-week social justice program reviewing gender identity, feminist histories, and intersectionality. And so just, again, these different events that we have, there's a lot going on. And this is just one center.
Next up, we have our Men and Masculinity Center. So creates a spaces to process and develop our collective understanding and diverse expressions of masculinity. This is a space not just for folks who identify as men, but anyone who experiences or embodies masculinity. They are in the University Union Building, room 65, 209, on the right-hand side of the men's restroom. This space is multi-purpose with couches to relax, yummy snacks, coffee machine, and computers to study. And I can say they do have great snacks. They're free. Additionally, they offer sexual health products like condoms, lubricants, and gender affirming care resources. Some fun functions include having a Nintendo Switch, board, and card games. And here are some of the events that they've had last year. And there's new fun and exciting events coming up this year, which will be actually promoting within the next month. So always follow our Instagram too.
IG, the best place to stay updated. The Pride Center is a space where people of all sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions can belong on campus. We're in the University Union Building 65, room 217, open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Our signature programs include Coming Out Week, Pride Ballroom, and Pride Prom. Some of the resources include a space to relax, snacks, printing, a library, and gender-affirming resources. And just like all of our centers, the Pride Center has quite a bit going on. Again, just some of the events they have, and a great group to be a part of.
And next up, we have the Multicultural Center. So MCC for short is what we like to call this center. Provides special programming and resources to all students of color, including, but definitely not limited to, our mixed students. Swana in Southwest Asian and North African, typically referring to the region from Morocco or Afghanistan. Students and student identifying as Asian American, Pacific Islander, or Desi American. So the MCC is best known for Culture Fest happening this fall. So get excited for that, because this is something that you're definitely going to want to come to. Put it on your calendar. The date will be coming out soon. And Polycultural Weekend, which some of you maybe might have experienced this year. And next up, of course, we have the Native American and Indigenous Cultural Center. So this space engages and restoratively heals Native American and Indigenous students through decolonial practices and Native knowledge. NACE, so Native American Indigenous Cultural Center, NACE for short, provides a quiet and comfortable study environment for students who identify as Native American or Indigenous, including but not limited to Alaskan Natives, Indigenous Hawaiians, Indigenous Samoans, and Indigenous Latinx. And here are just a few pictures of our events that we had this year. So if you are into TikTok, you might recognize somebody here. A TikTok hoop dancer, Notorious Cree. And then we also went to Little Shop of Horrors. And we do have beading classes. And I don't have any earrings on today, but we do have beading classes that will teach you how to bead earrings. And occasionally we do bracelets as well. And then we do come together at the end of every spring, and we have something called the Indigenous Kitchen, and we serve 7 different dishes from around several different Indigenous communities. All of these recipes are kept within our family or various families from our students, and so they share that at the end of the year. We're happy to share that with you too. And next up, we have the Black Academic Excellence Center, also known as BASE. Is always full of energy, resembling a living room where everyone can stop by and relax, have a good time, or receive support from the coordinator. Her name is Christina, and she is amazing. On scheduled dates, they have visits by the Health and Wellbeing Center, career services, and advisors. You are always welcome to come and grab a snack, take a nap, print documents, or pick up school supplies. Just be prepared to break out into singing or playing Uno. But I can tell you this, if you're going to play Uno, you better bring your A game, because they are very good. Mark your calendars for these upcoming events too. In September, we have the Welcome to Base. It is an annual tradition event designed to welcome students within the Black diaspora back to campus. And of course, the MLK Legacy, held every January on the week of MLK. State of Blackness is held in February and highlights the voices of students and showcases the work campus partners do for students on campus. And again, her name is Christina. She is the advisor to the Black Student Union and the president to the Black alumni community. And here are several events that you can see. There's the MLK Legacy event, as well as the March, and also within BSU, and also the Black alumni community as well. And if you ever want to come by, we welcome everyone. I absolutely love their events that they have coming up soon.
Yeah. Shout out to Base and Christina doing the work. So I'm biased, not implicitly, I'm biased for La Casa because I'm the coordinator. What the heck? The Latinx Center, Latine, here, let me get the full placa down, right? And get it correct. La Casa, the Latinx Center for Academic Success and Achievement, better known as La Casa, is a place where a kid could be a kid. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Where a student can be a student, okay? This is where you can come to study, snack, sleep, whatever else. It's a physical space for you as students to just be present and just do your thing. We hold regular signature events throughout the year, such as Dia de los Muertos, we'll be having November 1st, and our Latinx Heritage Month, State of Latinx. We'll have some speakers coming throughout the fall term. And we also do social events within the space, like Cafecito. And I'll drive down to Santa Maria and get pan dulce. Now, I know some of y'all transfer students, you're like living in Santa Maria, probably like, oh, pan dulce and no whatever. It's all right. It's all right. But I'm telling you, if you're like living in SLO or like it's not easy to find pan dulce around here. You have to travel. So I do the work and I go down to Santa Maria and I get the pan dulce fresh off the rack in the morning and make the students happy, right?
And it's free.
And it's free. Y'all don't have to pay for it. Like, come through, hang out with us, and we do our thing. So, and of course, lastly, but definitely not least, we help to put on the Chicanx Latinx commencement each year. Which is, the big celebration. You see the picture in the bottom right here, commencement picture. The top left was actually from our grand opening. We had mariachis come through, and then this middle picture on the top is some of our Latinx student organizations coming together. But again, this is La Casa is really a place for y'all to just come through and be students and do your thing. So come by and see me. I'll at your boy. All right. And then last but not least, the Dream Center, my peoples, man. The Dream Center is a space for undocumented students from mixed status families, and their allies. Similar to all our SDAP centers, Dreams provides resources such as computer usage, printing, snacks, and a study space, as well as workshops and events throughout the year. They also have a mini food cabinet and legal aid support services. And that's a big one. We want to make sure that, again, that we're supporting our students the best that we can, all of our students. So if you happen to be an undocumented student or you come from a mixed status family, please reach out to us. And again, we want to show you that love and support. They also do excursion opportunities. I know they like to go hiking and stuff too. I personally don't like hiking, because I'm popular. But they don't want to go hike. They'll go hike the P, go hike Madonna, go hike Bishops. Y'all go do your thing. And then, of course, the migration celebration that we had this last spring, which was wonderful. Shout out to our student assistants who did amazing work with that. And again, just some of the things, the excursion. Okay, this one wasn't a hike, but they went over to see the monarch butterflies over in Pismo Beach. And yeah, we just have a lot of there's a lot of love. It's a small but mighty group, right? And again, if you are undocumented, if you are part of a mixed status family, please feel free to come and talk to us. And we'd love to show our care and support for you. And so this is how we put inclusivity into action through student advocacy, MLK Junior Legacy Event, Culture Fest, Gems, State of Masculinity, Indigenous Peoples Day, Cafecito, Undocu Week, Pride Prom, and so much more, right? Help us cultivate a safer and more welcoming campus and promote joy and celebration. We want to provide students with a home away from home, and that includes you. Empowering each other through fun, comfort, food, and rest is critical to resisting burnout, isolation, and alienation. Empower each other through your shared joys and challenges. Give yourself time to learn and grow. personally as much as academically. You will ultimately determine how this campus moves forward. And we can't wait to see you get started. And I'll tell you, as a transfer student that came into Cal Poly from Allen Hancock, Santa Maria is just 30 minutes down the road, right? My first quarter, I didn't want to be here. I was a few weeks in and I said, Charlie, I'm cool. And I walked into my professor's office on the verge of tears and said, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm gonna finish this term because I'm here. And thanks to him being the start, right? And it wasn't just him, it was the many others, like including Cheryl afterwards, who supported me. But I was lucky enough to have gotten talked down and here I am, right? So just in closing, do you want to share that, Cheryl, or do you want me to?
Sure. If you'd like to stay connected with us and learn more about our centers, please scan this QR code. You can reach out to our center coordinators, send us questions. We are all here to take a few minutes after this presentation. I know we probably ran out of time, but please come visit us in our centers. We're more than happy to answer any questions you may have. And keep in mind that all of the food and events that we talked about today, all of our centers have snacks. It's all free. All you have to do is walk in the door. Don't be shy. Come in and say hello. And Olivia Cooper, you are the winner. So please come and find me. Please come find Jeremiah. We're going to give you that prize. And thank you all for being here today. And we look forward to actually meeting you in person.
All right, y'all. That was such an amazing presentation. Next up, we will be receiving a presentation from Paying for College.
There you are. I think we're right on time. Is that right?
Yes.
Cool. Welcome, everybody. My name is John. I'm from Student Accounts Office here at Cal Poly. And my role is as what we call the Solution Support Facilitator, which is an overglorified way of saying basically, if you're contacting student financial services, that would be student accounts or the cashier's office, I'm the one who you're likely going to speak with, or you will speak with one of our great student assistants who are going to take care of making sure that your questions get answered about paying for college, what to pay, when to pay, how to pay, issues you're having with financial aid not refunding the way you think it should be, or whatever. That's what we're there for. Our presentation today is called Money Matters for Mustangs. We're going to be talking about all aspects of the financial side of your education. And there's a lot to cover in this whole thing. We will talk a little bit about what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay on your charges. But also, the most important thing will be actually the first things we're going to be chatting about, and that's the important rule of the road and some valuable resources. Essentially, these are the I'm thinking this may be the wrong presentation. Give me 1 second. Let me get out of this for a second. I pulled one and I think I got the wrong one. My apologies. Doesn't usually work that way, but that's right. Correct. So orders. All right. Never fails. There we go. We'll just go back to sharing that for you. And again, my apologies. So there are multiple, I've done this presentation for, this is my 8th year doing presentations to new students. And we made some minor modifications to it. So it's not something I always see. And I was looking at last year's. All right, so 2 things to remember. Look, if you don't get anything else out of this presentation, which is about 30 minutes long, And there's a lot of stuff in it. If you don't get anything else, you just remember the two things I'm going to start with, you're going to be fine with Cal Poly. But we will get into some granularity. We will talk about what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. For those of you who do have financial aid, we will run a financial aid primer. We are not the financial aid office. The folks who deal with aid prior to its disbursement, the ones who are giving you that aid award, that is a very different office. However, we're the ones who get assigned the task of making sure that we're sharing the information with you so you have an understanding of the system and how it works. So we will do a financial aid primer for you, and then we'll do a real quick review, but the most important slide in the whole deck is well, technically it's the second to last slide, but I'll call it the last one. I will leave it up so you can get a screenshot of that or whatever. It is the Money Matters punch list, and it basically goes over everything you need to know of what's happening between now and that first day of classes, when hopefully most of fall quarter's fees have been arranged for payment or have already been paid. So let's get into it. Before we do that, just a real quick little bit more about me. I've been at Cal Poly since January of 2017. As I said, this is my 8th year doing presentations for new students and their supporters. And my job is to basically manage inbound and outbound communications for student financial services. That's the cashier's office and student accounts office. I do have the help of some incredible student assistants who are basically what drive the ship, and they are the ones that answer the bulk of your phone calls when you call our office. We are available 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. If you ever have questions about what's going on with the student account, please don't hesitate to give us a call. We're happy to help, and those student assistants are probably the very best of anybody on campus at explaining the issues. Just a little bit more about me. I've been in San Luis Obispo since 1989. I've had 2 kids who have already gone to college and are grown and gone now, age 29 and 31. I've been, though, where your supporters have been or are being, which is getting ready for everybody starting college. And I've watched as my kids went through this transition that we're going to be talking about in a moment, from being, young high school students to being responsible college students and getting college paid for. So it's a huge shift in responsibility, and that's a lot of what we talk about here, but I'm very familiar with that. Also, I am a financial planner. I've been talking with folks about money for 25 plus years. So hopefully this will be helpful for you as we get into the 2 major things that you're going to want to remember from this presentation. One is a rule, and one is just, we'll get into that, what that is in a moment. But we're starting this whole journey that you're starting at Cal Poly with a trip to England. When you get into England, you land at Heathrow Airport, you get your baggage, you go out on the streets, and you get your ground transportation, whether it's an Uber, a Lyft, a taxi, or a bus, or whatever. You encounter something that they do very differently in England than we do here in the States, and that is they drive on the left side of the road. The left side is the right side side's the wrong side. And while you may think they're just crazy Brits, they don't know what they're doing, we all know the correct side of the road to be on is the right side of the road. But if you try to fight that rule of the road when you're in England, just doesn't work out very well for you. So we have our own important rule of the road here at Cal Poly, and it is part of our Learn by Doing ethos as well, but it also is ground down to some basic facts. And the rule of the road we have here is, it's the student account. It is not the family account, the parent account, or any other account. It is the student account, because ultimately you are responsible for not just going to classes, not just getting the grades in the units and getting the degree. You are responsible for the financial transactions that have to take place for the bills to be paid in a timely manner in order for you to continue on with your work here at Cal Poly. You own that responsibility, and you own any liabilities with the university should you leave and there be a bill that hasn't been paid yet. So as such, part again of this Learn by Doing ethos is all of our communication from our office is done through you, the student, either by email to your Cal Poly email address or through the portal. usually, mostly through Money Matters. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but basically it is your account. And if you don't remember anything else from this and you just take away, hey, it's my account, this is the student account we're talking about here, by all means, you'll be fine as long as you remember that and the second part of it. So what is the second part? The second part is, since this is a huge responsibility and it is a transition for a lot of you, you've not had to worry about getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in bills being paid. And for some, maybe you're already set for it. But for everybody, because it is such a huge responsibility, we want to make sure you have access to the resources to make it as easy, streamlined, and manageable for you as possible. So the important point number 2 to remember from this presentation is that you have resources. Resources created for you by our office. Both me and our student assistants have worked really, really hard on these resources for you. The first of which is our website. Our website is right at SA, that's short for student accounts, sa.calpoly.edu. When you type that into an address bar, it will redirect you to our main website, which looks just like this. You can see that there are big due dates right on the top. And those are on every page on our website. The due dates for the upcoming quarter. This is for registration and tuition. Other due dates are viewable elsewhere. So you're going to see that. But also there's some calculators on this website that are very helpful for understanding how much it really is going to cost, how much financial aid you have to have if you want to get deferred. We'll talk about that deferral thing in a moment too. And also, probably the most important resources for you right now are our video guides. We've been working on these for 7 years. These are basically for the students, task-oriented video guides with step-by-step instructions, including screenshots of what you need to be doing to do all the things you need to do in order for you to manage this responsibility of getting those bills paid in a timely manner. And they are a really great resource. And they're available to you 24/7, anytime. You can pause them, take them in at your own pace. They tend to be pretty short, 2 to 3 minutes. And again, they're very task-oriented on the student guides, just like how to set up a supporter payment portal or how to do authorized release and some other things we're going to talk about even today. Video guides walk through step-by-step instructions with screenshots. So we have resources for you just on the regular old web. But in addition to that, we have Money Matters, which is in your Cal Poly portal. Money Matters doesn't look like this yet, but it's going to look like this very, very soon. Once you have been enrolled in fall quarter registration, other fees for fall quarter will post. Housing and dining, if you're in housing or dining for this whole year, that will also post. Those fees will post. See, for first years, it's August 7th. For you as transfers, it's going to be when you are enrolled. Not sure exactly. Each person is going to be slightly different. But once you're enrolled, the registration and other fees should post to the student account. Housing and dining is not going to be out there until August 15th. We do know that for sure. They're not posting any housing or dining fees until August 15th. And you can see that it is broken down by quarter. And you can also see that it is broken down by what we call bucket, but by kind of charge type. And you'll also notice on this screen, registration and other fees is charged for fall quarter, but not for winter or spring. This is from last year, obviously, because we haven't charged students this year yet. So this is last year a College of Liberal Arts student, but the numbers will be slightly different, but not significantly different. The dates will be a little different as well. But you can see that this student is only being charged registration and other fees for fall quarter. That's because this student, like you, will be only enrolled in one quarter at a time. So we only charge that registration and other fees each quarter. Housing and dining is done by a contract. If you sign that contract, you're going to get charged for the whole year, split into quarters, and then each quarterly amount is split into monthly due dates and amounts. So none of this is not all due at once. In fact, if you use that unpaid charges subtab just to the right in Money Matters, you can see what's due and when into which bucket, for lack of a better term. Registration and other fees for this upcoming quarter will be actually due August 28th, past due on the 29th. If you do not want just one due date for registration and other fees. You can split it up into 3 due dates and amounts, one month apart. The first one's still due August 28th for this coming quarter, or then the next one due September 28th, and the next one after that, the last one due October 28th. That's called a term payment plan. Anytime you want a term payment plan, you can set one up, but you do have to do it manually each quarter that you want it. If you don't do anything, you're going to have this one singular due date. And those term payment plans are available to you from the time fees post until the class cancellation date for the quarter, and then they go away. So if you want one and you see the fees, sign up for that term payment plan right away. All right, let's move on. So just a real quick review of important point number 2, you have resources. One is our website. Number 2 is Money Matters. It is in your Cal Poly portal. Just a suggestion from somebody who's been talking to people about money for a very long time. You might want to check your Money Matters on a pretty regular basis. We recommend out of our office once per week. It's often enough you'll remember what you saw there last week. If you do it once per month, you're not going to even remember what you saw last month. It's like going in and exploring a whole new thing every time. And it really helps to say, wow, last week when I checked, this charge wasn't here, or this number got bigger, or this number got smaller. That tells you something has happened in the last week and may make you want to dig a little deeper into, is something coming due, so on and so forth. Plus, due dates sneak up pretty fast here at Cal Poly. So checking that Money Matters main tab once per week to see if the numbers change, and unpaid charges just to make sure those due dates haven't come and gone on you. That will help you make sure you avoid the one thing that can happen if you do not make a payment by the time it's due. You're not deferred by financial aid anymore or whatever, and that payment is due. And once it becomes past due, you're going to get what we call a registration hold. Right now for fall quarter, probably not going to matter much, because you're going to be in the classes you want for fall quarter. But for all the future that you're here at Cal Poly, you're going to be wanting to get into the next round of classes for the next quarter at some point. And if that bill's not paid, you're going to have a registration hold on your account, which prevents you from adding classes, changing classes, enrolling in anything. And if you're on a wait list, moving off that wait list. It's the only compliance tool we have. We don't charge late fees. We don't charge interest costs. And it's extremely effective. Now, one other tool that we do have for students who do not have any financial aid. If you do not have $1 financial aid, we do run class cancellation every quarter about 10 days after the original due date. So if you don't want to have your enrolled classes dropped on you, you do want to make sure you're honoring that due date or getting that term payment plan and honoring the first due date. Remember, all communications go to you, mostly through your Cal Poly email address or through Money Matters in your Cal Poly portal. But that reminds me that there is that one important rule, which is it's the student account. And because it's the student account, we need to talk a little bit about how do you get other people to help you and support you through your journey here as a Mustang. We call them Mustang supporters. And the first thing you're going to have to pay attention to is FERPA. It's called the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. FERPA is the acronym for the first letter of every one of those words. And it basically says your information is yours and nobody else's. Our office cannot give any of your information to anybody else without your express consent. And you're going to give us that consent by something you can access through Money Matters in your Cal Poly portal in the self-service section called Authorize to Release. When you click on that Authorize to Release self-service option in Money Matters, it's going to open up a module, and that module is going to allow you to plug in somebody's name. You're going to grant them a 4-digit access code. You're going to say how long the authorization lasts, up to 5 years. And then you're going to authorize offices to give various types of information. Each office has more than one type of information that can be authorized. So if you're a student who does have any financial aid, you're probably going to want to authorize your supporters for access from 5 different places, 3 for financial aid and 2 different authorizations for student financial services. So you can do that by adding lines in this module under each name that you are authorizing. Now, I kind of glanced over one thing which is really, really important, and that is that when you plug in somebody's name, you grant them a 4-digit access code. You're going to assign it. It's like a PIN. and you just can plug in any numbers you want in there. But the thing is, whatever numbers you put in that box, you need to tell your supporter, because when they call our office, we're going to ask, the first question we're always going to ask anybody who calls our office is, what's the student's EMPL ID or their social security number? And for those of you who don't know your EMPL ID, it is a 9-digit number, begins with 03 for most new students today. And you find that number in personal info in your Cal Poly portal. So you go into your my.calpoly.edu portal, you go to personal info, which is a tab across the top on most regular screens. If you're on a very, very small screen or a phone, it will be in the hamburger in the upper left hand corner of the screen, and you'll see personal info, and click on personal info. Right under your name will be that 9-digit number. That's your EMPL ID. Make sure you share that as well with your supporter so they have it, and we're not spending a lot of time people hunting around for social security numbers, which you don't really want them sharing anyway. It's just sharing that EMPL and just having it. And then make sure you share that 4-digit access code, because the first question we ask is, what's the student's EMPL or their social security number? We can look up your account that way. We can't look it up any other way. And then once we have your account open, the first thing we're going to be checking is that FERPA authorization. And we're going to say, all right, so Mom Mustang here is authorized. I got her name there. What's the 4-digit access code? And that's usually when things start to fall apart, when the people are calling our office. Look, I've answered 25,000 plus phone calls in my 7 years here at Cal Poly, and I'll tell you, at least 5 to 10% of them are from supporters who don't know their 4-digit access code. And we spend huge amounts of unnecessary time while they try to guess what that 4-digit number is. Save your supporters the embarrassment of looking silly and not knowing that number. Do the authorized to release, share your EMPL ID with them, and make sure they know their 4-digit access code. All right, we're going to skip this one because it really gets repeated later on, and let's get into some granular details. But before that, quick review, 2 important points. Point number 1 is it's the student account and nobody else's. It's your account. So we want you to make sure you understand it's your responsibility. And you're the one who's going to pull all the levers and make all the things happen that have to happen in order for those bills to get paid, whether it's paid by financial aid, paid by supporters, paid by a grandma or grandpa who's helping you out, or even if it's coming out of your own pocket or your own bank account. You're the one that has to facilitate that in some way, shape, or form. It's on nobody else. It's only on you. So that's number 1. And point number 2 is to help you with all of that, we have those great resources, including the video guides on our website. All right, let's get into what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. First off, as I pointed out before, charges here at Cal Poly are broken into 3 different buckets. We have 3 different entities on campus. Student accounts posts charges and collects payments for all 3 of those entities. That's our job. And when we get the money, we send the money off to each of those entities as prescribed. So registration, other fees, housing, and dining are separate. And those, what we call buckets, are non-fungible. That means if you paid housing $500, we're going to send the $500 to housing. If that was really supposed to be for dining, but you paid housing, we would have to contact housing, get the money, bring it back, and then put it into dining. Now, we can do that. It's an extremely manual process. It takes days, and you really don't want to be going that route, nor do we really want to be spending time and resources doing that. We just ask, pay attention when you're making payments to pay the right bucket, and then you won't have any issues, and you won't have that registration hold bugging you for days. Just make the payment into the right bucket. Remember, we communicate only with you when charges post to the account, mostly by email, but sometimes through Money Matters. When you enroll in classes, we're not going to send you an email because your enrollment's constantly changing, your fees may be constantly changing. And if we send you an email every time you change your enrollment, and we potentially could be adjusting fees, you'd be getting so many emails from us, you would ignore all of them. So instead, we just say, keep an eye on Money Matters on a regular basis. Do check it, and you will see once you're enrolled in classes, fees will post for that quarter, whatever classes you're enrolled in, or they may get adjusted if you get enrolled in more classes. Here's what Money Matters looks like again, one more time. See registration, other fees, housing and dining, different buckets, different quarters, and and what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. Or so when to pay, unpaid charges, 3 different buckets, different due dates. Make sure you pay the right bucket with the right amount. All right, I just leave that screen up there because when I speak to supporters, I talk about a movie called Jerry Maguire, and I do suggest that maybe they sit down and watch the movie with you because it is a great movie, and there's a scene in it where you're going to hear something about help me help you, and maybe that'll be their way to help you a little bit more understand it is ultimately your responsibility. They just need to share with you that it is your responsibility. All right. One last thing on what to pay. On our website, you can see the fee estimate calculator. It's on several pages on our website. This is for those of you who don't know how much we're going to be charging or are not quite sure. You want to dial it in, get a lot better number than the financial aid estimator, which is kind of like all over the place, and it only uses the most expensive numbers available. The fee estimate calculator is going to give you exactly based on your college that you're associated with, and as well as the college you're associated with, which housing and dining, if you're selecting those, you're associated with. So the fees can be really dialed in before we post those fees later on in August. All right, when to pay? Well, let's see. Due dates in general are on our website at the top for registration, tuition, and other fees. Housing and dining is due the first of each month, September through May, depending on how much you've paid in advance. But just follow what's available or viewable in unpaid charges. But at least you can know the general due date for the upcoming quarter. It's on every one of our web pages. There also is a page that shows upcoming due dates for the next several quarters. And of course, unpaid charges, what to do, what to pay, and when into each of the various buckets. All right. And that same information is also available in the payment portals, which we'll talk about in a moment, as well as share my information reports, which we don't really talk about in this presentation, but is something that is available to you to share with your supporters so they can see what you see in Money Matters in a much more granular fashion, especially if you have financial aid. We do recommend that share my information reports get set up because that way your supporters can see your financial aid. They cannot see financial aid in a payment portal. It does not show up there. So just a suggestion there. Past dues typically results in the registration hold, which we've talked about. We don't charge interest or late fees, just the registration hold. And if you do not have any financial aid, potentially class cancellation 10 days after the official due date. How do you pay? There are lots of ways you can pay the university. The best way by far is to pay online through our online payment portals. You can pay in person at the cashier's office, or checks in the mail will be received by the cashiers and will be processed when they are received, but not a moment before then. Best way to pay us online is by an electronic check. That electronic check is free. It doesn't cost anything. It works great with a regular checking or savings account. It does not work with investment accounts. It does not work with 529 accounts, just regular checking or savings accounts. But if that's what you have, you use a routing number and an account number, ACH protocol transfer. You make the payment, you get instant credit for it with us, then the money comes out of the bank account the next business day. You can use a credit or a debit card. You also get instant credit for that. However, you will also get charged an additional 2.65% convenience fee because these are processed by Visa and MasterCard. Those are the fees that they charge. We just pass them along. We're not going to eat them for you. Selected 529 accounts are on our payment portal, and we're really happy to report now that all other 529 accounts that we are aware of, if there's maybe there are a couple of exceptions, but almost all 529 accounts that are out there do now allow you to pay us electronically from the 529 account payment portal, from their portal. So you go into your 529 account, log in, mom or dad will do this, and say, please send Cal Poly San Luis Obispo X number of dollars. We will get it the next business day and give you credit for it that next business day. We don't have to wait for checks to arrive in the mail. You can come to pay in person at the cashier's office. They only accept cash or paper checks. No online or electronic things, no credit cards or debit cards. So just cash or check only at the cashier's office. Or again, paper checks in the mail are received by the cashier's office. They are processed on the day they are received at the cashier's office and not a moment before. And then if you do send in stuff by the mail, please do allow time for snail mail to get to us, get to the cashier's office. may have to go through distribution services, which can take an extra day, and so that they can process it. They process every paper check they receive every afternoon on the day that they receive it. Paying online for you, the students, super easy. You use the Gold Make a Payment Now button. It's in Money Matters. It's right in the middle. Can't miss it on a regular computer screen. You also can use the Students Pay here on our website, but don't. Just use your Cal Poly portal and the Money Matters tab. And it is your account. What do we have for your supporters? We have a means by which they can have a supporter payment portal. It looks just like your payment portal. And guess what? You get to set it up for them. And you're going to do that through your payment portal. You want to know how? There's a video guide, step-by-step instructions with screenshots, where to go, where to point, how to click, and get it set up so that they get that introduction email. They can validate their email address. They get a temporary password. And then once they're in, they have access through this Supporters Pay Here link that's on our regular website. All right. Quick financial aid primer, and I'm pretty much on time, but I want to get zipping through this. Just a couple of points on financial aid. First off, there are 2 offices that deal with financial aid. There is our student accounts office. We deal with the financial aid after it's been released. Prior to that, how big your aid package is, when that aid is actually released by the financial aid office, that is all done by the financial aid office, not by student accounts. And I will try to answer some of the questions that are coming in. I hopefully will get through most of them in the presentation, but afterwards, if we have time, we'll get into that. So the financial aid office takes care of aid prior to what we call disbursement. That's when the aid is pushed out from the financial aid office and goes to the student accounts office. We take care of it after there and apply it to fees as is appropriate. The financial aid process is pretty simple. First off, aid is offered to you and should already be out there and accept decline awards in your Money Matters tab of your Cal Poly portal or in your Student Center and under financial aid. Accept decline awards is what you're looking for there. If it's free money, grants or scholarships, it's accepted for you automatically. If it's loans, you're going to have to accept that aid because you have to accept the fact that you're taking on debt. And there's all free money or loans is considered financial aid by the Department of Education, so it is all called financial aid here at Cal Poly. There are federal direct loans for students, both subsidized and unsubsidized. That's not enough because there are limits on how much student loans can be. There are Parent Plus loans that are put together by or offered by the financial aid office as part of the aid package. You would have to talk to them about the status of those Parent Plus loans. All right, so aid is offered. If it is accepted, there are potentially to-do list items that will show up in your student center and the to-do list that can include master promissory notes, entrance counseling, and a bunch of other things. 1 in 4 students who have financial aid are also selected for verification to make sure that what they put on FAFSA is really true. And if you get selected for verification, you're going to have to follow through with that with the financial aid office. If there is an item on that to-do list that isn't done, the financial aid will not release. It'll just sit there waiting. So if you're wondering, well, aid was supposed to go out a week before classes and it didn't, wonder why, start with the to-do list. If there's something there, get it done, and then talk to the financial aid office about when that aid could actually go out. Aid is dispersed always, never before 1 week before classes begin. We push out the bulk of our aid that day, 1 week before classes begin each quarter. And aid is split even Steven across the 3 quarters. If you have $3,000 total in aid, you're going to get $1,000 for fall, $1,000 for winter, $1,000 for spring. And you cannot use fall aid for winter fees. And you can't say, can I use my spring aid now for fall? It doesn't work that way. It will be split even across the 3 quarters. Once aid is dispersed by the financial aid office, it goes to student accounts and we take care of applying it. We do the application for you. It is not something that you assign. We're always going to put aid first to registration and other fees for that quarter only. If there's enough to cover all of those balances, then we're going to start applying it towards the housing balance for that quarter only. And if there's enough to cover both the registration fees balance and the housing balance for the quarter, then we will apply it towards the dining balance for that quarter. And if there's enough to cover all of that, excess aid is refunded back to you. If you want some help with how much aid you should really have in order to get financial aid deferral and not have to worry about due dates, for various items. That deferred by financial aid indicator tells you that the due date you see in unpaid charges can be ignored for that payment or charge type only. So if you want to be deferred for everything, you need to have enough aid to cover all registration fees, all housing, and at least start covering some dining in order to not have to make the payments that are due by the due dates. All right, let's move on because we're down to the end. I'm going to get this up so you can see it. We're not going to do that because it's just review. And while this is opening up, now I said there's one screen that you're going to want to see completely. And if you want to take a screenshot, this would be the screenshot. Obviously, these slides are available to you through your electronic access from the folks at SLO Days. But this is the money slide. This is the one that shows everything that's going on between now and September 24th when fees post. Enjoy the zeros right now. We haven't posted charges yet, but we will soon. Authorized release. Remember to do that if you want supporters to be able to call our office and get information out of us. And make sure that they are authorizing student financial services, and make sure you share the 4-digit access code. Accept any financial aid that you need or want. Review your financial aid award immediately. Make sure that it is what you think it should be. If it's not, talk to them. That is aid prior to disbursement. And then make sure you've completed any to-do list items so that your aid can go out when it's supposed to 1 week before classes begin. Set up Share My Information reports for your supporters if you have financial aid and you want them to see your financial aid award without them trying to crawl into your student portal, the my.calpoly portal. That is your portal, by the way, nobody else's. Fees are come viewable for a lot of students. It's August 7th. For you, it may be sooner, maybe later. It depends on enrollment. And then housing will post on August 15th. If you do not have any financial aid, those reg fees are due, past due on the 29th, due on August 28th. Class cancellation is scheduled for September the 10th. So that is also if you do not have any financial aid. If you have $1 financial aid, you will not be subject to class cancellation. So don't worry about it. Housing and dining's first installments are due on the 1st of September. Financial aid is going to disperse 1 week before classes begin on the 17th, and classes begin on the 24th. All right, on time. Yeah, getting close to the end there. And you feel free to shoot me if I'm a little over time. I'm a little, this is a different schedule for me, so I'm kind of running off memory. I'm not aware about the Siegel Education Award. You would have to talk to Financial Aid Office. That's a question from an anonymous attendee. As transfer students, do we get charged for only 1 quarter per bill for tuition plus some annual charges like health fees? There are no annual charges, and all our mandatory fees are charged on a per quarter basis based on enrollment. You will only be charged for quarters that you are enrolled in. If you are not enrolled in a quarter, there should be no fees for that quarter, at least for registration and mandatory base fees. Can I set up auto pay? No, you may not set up auto pay. If you want to pay the university, you have to go in and pull the lever and do the work. The 4-digit access code, where do we find that? That's the authorized to release question. So the 4-digit access code you assign when you do authorize to release, that 4-digit access code is just a box. It says plug in 4 numbers. You can put whatever numbers you want, just 4 numbers. But remember, whatever numbers you put in there, those are the ones you want to share with your supporter so that they can get access and actually know what we can confirm that you actually assigned that, you gave us that permission. We are receiving aid from Cal Grant. When will how know it's on our financial aid? Talk to the financial aid office about any questions about aid prior to disbursement. If you think you're getting Cal Grant, but it's not showing on your award, that would be something you would want to talk about with the financial aid office. They are available most easily by email, financialaid@calpoly.edu. They do have phone hours, but they're fairly limited. So we recommend starting with financialaid@calpoly.edu. Loan rights and responsibilities. How do we know it's completed? You do it on the Department of Ed website. It will come off the to-do list within 3 business days of you completing it on the Department of Ed website. If it doesn't, talk to the financial aid office because that's financial aid prior to disbursement question. Who do we contact to do a term payment plan? There's a video guide we have on our website about how to set up a term payment plan. You set it up through your student center. Does Cal Poly accept the Siegel Education? I already did that one. Dependent fee waivers, have your supporter contact their HR office. If you have somebody who is in your family who works for one of the CSUs, they should contact their HR office about getting the dependent fee waiver for you here at Cal Poly. And a lot of these are questions that have to do with financial aid. Please, if it's anything associated with loans, how much aid you have, what you do with those loans, those are questions for the financial aid office, not for student accounts. And we really do recommend that you communicate with them directly on those. See, Cal Poly scholarships, that's another financial aid question. I'll just share this. If you're looking for Cal Poly scholarships and there's nothing been offered, it's probably best to wait after fall quarter. You'll find ways that maybe funds could be made available to you through the university and the department, but generally speaking, that's for second years and beyond. And just to clarify, registration fees are due August 28th. Housing and dining fees are due on the 1st of every month thereafter. Yes, September 1 through May 1 are the housing and dining due dates. We split things up for housing and dining with monthly due dates and amounts. You don't have to do anything with those. It is just registration tuition that if you want that split, you do need to do the term payment plan. And I believe that's pretty much all the questions. I know there's some other ones that I haven't answered, but thank you so much for your time. I am out of my time. I really appreciate you. We're looking forward to having you here on campus. Again, if you do have questions with regards to student financial services, student accounts, aid after disbursement, please direct them to our office. We are there. Tristan, Mia, and I are there on phones 8 to 5, Monday through Friday right now, and we'll have great student assistants back in fall as well to help you out. We're looking forward to talking with you. Check out those live video guides and have a great day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. Now we're going to hold for just 3 to 5 minutes, and then we'll have our next presenter begin just after 2:30.
Hey everyone, we're going to be starting in the next couple of minutes. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. So those links that were just put in the chat, don't click on them yet. That will be for starting around 3 o'clock to go to the different breakout sessions and optional activities. Just stay put, and then we will be getting the last presentation started in a couple minutes.
Alrighty, thank you everyone for bearing with us through some of our technical difficulties very quickly. So thank you for sitting through all of these amazing presentations today from some of our resources. We have one more for you, and I'm going to invite Dr. Jamie Patton.
Good afternoon, Mustangs. First, I just want to say welcome to the Mustang family. I'm so honored that you have chosen to attend Cal Poly and here just to share some brief words with you about what you can expect from Cal Poly. A little bit about me. Uh, I'm entering my 8th year here at Cal Poly with my partner Elisa and our 2 daughters. Learn by doing reminds me so much of my undergraduate institution, university, where I had many opportunities to do just the same thing. Cal Poly is a great place where everyone has the student's best interests at heart. A little bit more about me. I'm a first generation college student. I was Pell Grant eligible, born and raised in North Philadelphia. I was raised primarily by my mom and my 2 grandmothers, and they always encouraged me to do the right thing. They wanted me to become one or two things in life, though. They wanted me to become a preacher because I grew up in a Pentecostal church, or they wanted me to be a doctor. I like to think that I met them in the middle as I'm a doctor of education and I get a chance to preach and connect with students from across the globe with my profession here within my profession. I'm blessed to be here, and again, welcome to the Mustang family. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. So over the course, during your time here today, we talked about Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence. We have these 8 cultural spaces and or cultural living rooms on our campus that all students are welcome in, but we just ask that you respect the culture, respect the energy that is within the center, but know that everyone is welcome, and we're hoping that you can find your community through one of our 8 rich cultural spaces um, on campus. Next slide, please. Essentially, I want you to know from day one that you belong here. You belong here, all of you. We see you, we hear you, we feel you. Next slide. When we talk about belonging, we want you to know that we see you, you're celebrated, and you are a valued member of our university, flaws and all. I want to be clear that Cal Poly welcomes people of all races, people of all gender identities, people of all religious and spiritualities, and people who are not religious, people from all social economic backgrounds, people who speak any languages, people of all political affiliations, people of all immigration status, people of all family structures, people with diverse abilities, people who are veterans, people of all body types, people of all sexuality, and people of all ages. You truly belong here. Next slide, please. You should be familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I'm hopeful that over the last couple of days, stop right there. I hope the last couple of hours that you spent with us, you learned again about food, uh, some of the places that you might be able to live on campus. You learned about some of the safety, found places where you might know that you belong, self-esteem and self-actualization. I think if Maslow, he wrote this in 1954, I believe if he were to rewrite it today in 2024, he would actually have to include Wi-Fi at the bottom of this chart, and even beyond that, he would include battery life. Next slide, please. So when we talk about Mustang, the Mustang way, and or Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence, learn by doing, it's not just a slogan. It's how our students engage. One Grand Avenue, know that it's just not a mailing address. It's how we feel about this place. The Mustang way is not just our core values, it's a lifestyle. Why? Because Cal Poly is not just a university, we are truly a community. We are focused on excellence, we embrace one another, we're one community, we accept responsibility, and we lead by example. When you see love, empathy, respect, Mustang United, know that's something that you will see across our campus and in faculty offices, in your residence halls, because that's how we choose to engage one another here at Cal Poly. Next slide. So becoming that Mustang, and I really like this slide because it's like we want you to become that Mustang that operates and connects through love, empathy, and respect. But in order to be that Mustang, there's a couple of modules that are mandated by the California State University system that you have to complete. If you don't complete it before you get here for Week of Welcome, know that you will not be able to register for your winter courses. Again, if you do not complete the two mandated trainings, you will not be able to register for the for the winter quarter. The first one is alcohol and other drug prevention education. Again, we want you to know about the resources. We want you to know about the different signs, about if you choose to engage with alcohol and other drugs. You'll learn about resources not only locally but nationally. And again, it's setting you up for success if you choose to engage with alcohol and other drugs. The other one, the second one that is mandated is sexual violence prevention for students. It's something that, again, it's something that's mandated by the state, and it lets you know about the policies, practices, and procedures that we have here in Cal Poly. Make no mistake, we are a loving and we are one community, but do not tolerate misconduct. And one of the things that happens frequently on college campus is sexual assault. And I just want to be clear that the causes of sexual assault is not about clothing, and it's not about being intoxicated or walking home flirting. It's rapists. It is someone who intentionally decides to be an assault perpetrator. I share this with you because I want you to know the resources and know that we will investigate. And if we have to, we will hold you accountable, people accountable, and they will be removed from our campus. Next slide. In a former position, I worked more closely with parents and supporters, and I know that for y'all in the room, your student might call home at some point because they're having difficulty in their residence hall. They might be having difficulty with roommate or with a faculty member. And I just want you to first stop and take a deep breath and allow and ask your student a lot of questions. Ask them about the resources that they have available to them. I want you to drop the urge to immediately reach out to fix things. Again, allow your student to really learn by doing. Learn by doing is actually making the phone calls and advocating for yourself. Closed mouths do not get fed. And then once they come up with their plan, I'm hopeful that you can roll with it. Just roll with it and support them in all the ways that you can support them wherever you might be. Next slide. So again, I thank you for visiting with us today for SLO Days. Congratulations. One of the things that I love about transfer students is because you're coming with a richness. You were already successful and you're going to grow even further. Having your associate's degree and completing the credentials, you set yourself apart. You had a plan, you created a plan to come to Cal Poly, and you did what you needed to be here. So I welcome you, and I look forward to seeing you in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. Awesome. So, like I mentioned earlier, you've heard from some really great resources today. You're going to continue to hear from some of our other amazing resources when you come back for Week of Welcome. Next slide, please. So, from now to wow, we're going to talk a little bit about what that looks like. So you do have your transition toolkit part 2, which is going to help prep you for WOW. You should be completing that through late August, and then you'll access through the orientation registration through your portal. So keep checking your Cal Poly email for official communication from Cal Poly. I know some people have had a hard time logging into or getting into their Cal Poly email. If that ever is the case, you are more than welcome to reach out to our Cal Poly IT department, and they'll help you get access into your Cal Poly email. So, Week of Welcome. You are going to be moving in, possibly, if you are staying on campus on September 17th or 18th, or if not, you might be just moving into the area. And we start WOW Wednesday, September 18th, and that goes through Sunday, September 22nd. And your first day of classes will be Monday, September 23rd. So those 4 or 5 days before for week of welcome, you're going to be engaging in some more community or in some community building. You'll be sitting through a few more mandatory presentations to get some important information for your start here at Cal Poly. Students, you're going to want to bring an additional $25 or so for your WOW experience. Your leaders will be taking you on and off campus. So they might take you off campus to go grab a meal, and you're going to want to have a few extra dollars for that. And if there are any supporters still here in the webinar, you will also be allowed to attend our Big Fall Welcome, which is the big start to the year. All of our 7,000 incoming first years and transfers will be there, and it's a really exciting time. And then there'll be more info on a parent and supporter reception as well. And next, we're going to give you a preview into what WOW looks like.
Are you ready? Drink water. Our snacks. Don't trip both go and just remember to be yourself and we're here to help us support you.
Enjoy every little moment, it goes by fast. Cal Poly Week of Welcome 2024. Live Cal Poly.
Wowie.
Awesome. So that's just a little sneak peek of what WOW looked like last year. We have a lot of really exciting activities and events that we're planning to host this year. So I hope you are all getting excited to start your time here at Cal Poly. But congratulations, now you are a Mustang. So you have been sitting through so many different presentations today, and I'm glad you all were able to join us through Zoom. But I do know the webinar experience is hard because you're not able to meet other students. So next up until about 4:30, this is kind of a choose your own adventure time of the day. We have a few different Zoom rooms where you're actually going to get to go in and connect with fellow transfer students face to face through Zoom. You'll be able to chat and chat with each other through there. So our first Zoom room that we have is a transfer Q&A with some of our fellow transfer students. We have a Zoom room for college connections. So if you're wanting to talk to somebody specifically from your college and hear what their experience is like, you can join there. We will have a room where we're doing a Kahoot game, asking questions about Cal Poly and the San Luis Obispo area. And then lastly, we have a Zoom room for the cross-cultural experience, which is an information session about what the cross-cultural experience is during Week of Welcome. It's a different track that you can sign up to join if you want to be a part of that. So if you're interested in hearing what that's about, we'll have that information session. So thank you all for showing up today. I hope you found these presentations helpful. If you have any questions or need help navigating around to these Zoom rooms, we'll be leaving this webinar open for about 15 to 30 more minutes, answering any questions that you may have. And all of the Zoom rooms are here in the chat for you. Thank you all and have a great day.